We're going to start the recording now, and then this recording will be shared with the ones who may not be here. So my job is only to welcome you, and then I'll hand you over to the trainer. So on the training team, we have Sisi Alupo, who is the chief trainer, and we're only going to be giving our support, technical support, I and my colleague Godfrey. So maybe I'll hand over to my colleague Godfrey, who will say hello, and then we can now welcome Sisi right away.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I welcome you to this morning training. Feel free. We are going to learn a lot, and we are here with you guys from the beginning until the end. So don't get lost in any way. As far as the technical part of it, we are here to support you here, and then you can reach us through the email, WhatsApp, any link, any media. You can reach us, and we'll be able to help you. Thank you, and let me hand you back to the second.
Hello, everyone. A very good morning. My name is Cecilia Alupo. I'm so excited about this session today. I've prepared quite a few things that I hope are going to be very helpful for us for this session today. As we're waiting for the rest of the people to come, probably I'll be sharing a brief about who I am, and then also more insights on my experience on entrepreneurship. So once again, as I mentioned, my name is Cecilia Alupo. I am a finance officer at Challenges Uganda, Challenges Worldwide. Okay. Yes. So I'm very excited to have this session today. Just like I mentioned, my name is Cecilia Alupo. I'm currently working with Challenges Uganda as a finance officer, but also very, very excited to work with Kectil in regards to numerous trainings that they are having or that are going on. So I was so amazed by the first session that we had on computer skills, ICT. For the ones who joined us at the time, I hope you were in position to learn quite a lot of things. And so today we are going to have a deeper insight on what entrepreneurship is. Generally, we are giving an introduction of entrepreneurship, and then also we go on to know the journey of an entrepreneur as a person. So before I start to share my presentation today, allow me go on to say something about myself. So Cecilia Alupo is an entrepreneur. I am a graduate from Cavendish University, a graduate in banking and finance. Throughout my journey, even at the university, I learned so much to start up new things, to recreate from what probably has already been created. And so I came up with a few business ideas. So one of the businesses that I started as an entrepreneur was supporting the young people within the university to learn how to plait hair. Something as small as that. I had the skill, and then I looked at how I can train other people in this aspect. Some other businesses that I started are retail shops, and then I also started a baby center where I used to sell baby clothes. I faced quite a number of challenges through this journey, and so I learned a lot in regards to starting up a business. But also when it came to training at Challenges, I am a trainer, and so I train young people called junior associates under the Youth to Work program. And so through this training, I learned quite a lot of things in regards to entrepreneurship, and then also business management skills or business development. So call me a consultant in regards to business and development. So going on is I am going to share my screen, and so we go directly into what entrepreneurship is. But I was thinking of an icebreaker just so that we get to know that people are out there, they are hearing us, and then they're also engaged. So we don't want people to just join and get so bored. Just like I mentioned, this session is going to be extremely interactive. So probably a brief icebreaker that I can have is to just ask people what they feel like this morning. Yeah. So personally, today I feel so excited. I don't know if it is because I was preparing for this session, but I woke up very early. I couldn't sleep. I felt so anxious. I wanted to be part of this meeting. I wanted to start the training. Yes, so this morning I am so excited and I feel so obliged to delivering my session to its best. Yes, so if I may ask someone from the online, one person from online, and then one person from the room here to just share with us how they are feeling like this morning. So who is happy to volunteer to go first and just share how they're feeling this morning and what they're expecting? Anyone? Okay, so we have someone in the house here who is ready and willing to share. Please go on, just introduce yourself very briefly and then go on and share.
Hello, everyone. This is Gloria speaking, and wow, I'm really excited that I am here today. I am excited about the entrepreneurship training. I really can't wait to leave here and then go and use my small saving to start up a business because, okay, sometimes I think that I cannot do this, but I believe after today's training, I'm going to pull up my socks and find something to do because I believe entrepreneurship. I did some part of entrepreneurship and I know how helpful it is. And I had never gotten somebody to motivate me, but after I read somebody's CV, I'm like, wow, I can also do something. So I'm so excited about today. I'm really excited. I don't know about you, but as for me, I am willing to carry back something home with me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gloria, for sharing. I have someone who has raised his arm up. Sinai, I'll go on and share. Unmute and speak. Sinai, you can go on. Can you hear me?
Let me unmute.
Okay, speak.
Okay, thank you very much, Cecilia. My name is Asnai. I greet everybody who is in this meeting. Yeah, I'm very expectant today for this course. I've been actually waiting for it for quite a long time. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm involved in a number of entrepreneurship undertakings, and that's why I'm very expectant because I've been doing them maybe not in a professional way. So I think I pick a lot of information, a lot of knowledge from this training, and I think I will improve whatever I'm doing as an entrepreneur. That's why I'm very excited. I'm very excited and expectant. Yep. Thank you, Cecilia. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Sinai, for sharing. I really hope that by the end of the session, I am able to deliver to your expectations. And then also, I want it to be as practical as possible because, yes, you're going to go on the internet and get this information. But what is going to make a difference is is making it practical. So I'm going to try to be practical as much as I can. Now your hand is still up. Is there something else you're going to share, or is it the previous arm? Okay, interesting. So I hope people online, you can see my screen. I'll put it on a slideshow. Okay, so today we are looking at entrepreneurship in general. We're going to understand who an entrepreneur is, and then also get to understand what entrepreneurship in general is, and then the journey of the entrepreneurs. I have a video that I would like to share before actually I start my session. Joel, kindly let me know when the video is ready to play. I want this video to, like, if you have a pen and paper, listen to the video, look at the pictures, and then pick information from there. So from this video, you should be in position to get at least the definition of what an entrepreneur is, their characteristics, their process of entrepreneurship. At least pick a few things that are very key for you to know in this session. So this video will be playing shortly. Joel will let me know when it is ready. Okay. Something here. Okay, we have the learning objectives. Oh, just give me a few minutes. A few minutes. Oh, there's a small glitch here, but I hope we can go with it. So yeah, we are looking at learning objectives. I'll change this after. Learning objectives are: one, by the end of the session, we should be in position to understand the characteristics of entrepreneurs. Yeah. Allow me share my screen because I feel like I am alone. I don't know the screen, but the camera. I feel like I am alone when people cannot see me. Okay, let me share my camera so that you're able to see me and I feel more. Okay, just give me a few minutes. I look for the best position. Okay, yes, here I am, Cecilia Alupo. Okay, yes, one of the key objectives of this session is for us to understand what an entrepreneur is or entrepreneurship is, and then also understand the characteristics of entrepreneurs. Secondly, is to understand the journey of entrepreneurs. Thirdly, understand the challenges of that entrepreneurs face or opportunities that they can capitalize on. And then finally is to understand the impact of COVID-19 onto entrepreneurship. For sure, if someone ends a day without talking about COVID, then yeah, that day has a problem. So we need to understand as a sector, as business, there's quite a lot that has happened that has affected businesses in Uganda, especially due to the outbreak of COVID-19. Okay, so before I go into sharing my definition of what entrepreneurship is, Joel, kindly go on and share that video. For the people who are online, please let us know if you are in position to view the video. I hope the network on your end is okay.
Also, just one information is that you can make it full screen on your end. There are those arrows on the bottom right corner. Okay, let's go.
An entrepreneur is a person who starts a new business or organization, taking some personal financial risk to do so. He or she may quit a secure job to devote time to starting the new business, use personal savings as capital, or convince investors to finance the business idea. Successful entrepreneurs need the strong characteristics of confidence, competence, courage, and self-discipline to succeed. Along with the right personality traits, a successful entrepreneur needs considerable business savvy. He or she will need to find a marketable idea for a new product or service, raise money to fund the start of the operations, assemble skilled people and resources, and manage the new enterprise through the difficult startup period. Once the company shows it can operate successfully, it may be possible to bring in an outside manager to run it, or sell the fledgling company to a more established company at a profit, freeing the entrepreneur to start a new business venture. Developing a new and marketable idea is not easy. Some people are good at this, but lack the managerial or emotional skills needed to build a company. Other people are good at raising money or running a new company, but lack the vision to imagine a viable new product or the courage to start the risky effort from scratch. Good entrepreneurs know, or soon learn, their own strengths and weaknesses and find outside people to bring the other skills needed. Entrepreneurship is a rare quality, but it is vital for creating growth throughout the economy.
Okay, Joel, kindly help me and play it again so that people, the first time was listening, so now people should be in position to pick up the key points.
An entrepreneur is a person who starts a new business or organization, taking some personal financial risk to do so. He or she may quit a secure job to devote time to starting a new business, use personal savings as capital, or convince investors to finance the business idea. Successful entrepreneurs need the strong characteristics of confidence, competence, courage, and self-discipline to succeed. Along with the right personality traits, a successful entrepreneur needs considerable business savvy. He or she will need to find a marketable idea for a new product or service, raise money to fund the start of the operations, assemble skilled people and resources, and manage the new enterprise through the difficult startup period. Once the company shows it can operate successfully, it may be possible to bring in an outside manager to run it, or sell the fledgling company to a more established company at a profit, freeing the entrepreneur to start a new business venture. Developing a new and marketable idea is not easy. Some people are good at this, but lack the managerial or emotional skills needed to build a company. Other people are good at raising money or running a new company, but lack the vision to imagine a viable new product or the courage to start the risky effort from scratch. Good entrepreneurs know, or soon learn, their own strengths and weaknesses and find outside people to bring the other skills needed. Entrepreneurship is a rare quality, but it is vital for creating growth throughout the economy.
All right. Thanks, Joel, for that. Getting back to our presentation. So, people online, people in the house. People in the house. Okay, can now turn off my video. At least people have related the voice to the face. So going forward is we are going to share about what we have picked out from the video. It shouldn't be a whole sentence. It shouldn't be exactly what has been there on the video, but it should be something that you take home. What have you picked out from this presentation? Okay. So go on. Who can go first, either in the house or... Okay, I see. Yes, now your hand is again up. That is very interesting. Please keep it up. Other people also, please, the more you interact, the more you're able to learn. According to research, someone who speaks out retains more information than the person who just listens in. So the more you speak, the more you share, the more you retain information, the more you learn. So I will encourage you as much as possible to be engaging so that you're able to take as much information as possible. So yes, Sina, you'll go first, and then in the room, we'll also have another volunteer. At least 2 volunteers online and 1 volunteer in the room. So you can go on.
Thank you, Cecilia. Yeah, what I've picked out from the video is the first thing is that for you to be an entrepreneur, you must be a risk taker. You have to take risks in order to venture into something maybe you have never done. So you have to be a risk taker. And if you're a risk taker, you can now go on and find out what you can do. And then another thing I've picked out, there are these three, I can call it maybe characteristics. You must have competence, you must have courage, and also you must be determined if you are to engage into any entrepreneurship. Another thing which actually touched me is that there are two ways you can raise money to. First of all, you can use your personal savings, but if not, you can raise money from other sources. Another thing is about marketing. Developing new marketing ideas is not easy, as it has been said in the video. I've seen that raising marketing ideas is not easy. As I said at the beginning, I'm an entrepreneur, but I usually go into something when I even don't know about the market environment. So that is something I've actually learned, and I hope by the end of today that challenge that I'm facing will be solved through this training. So thank you, Cecilia. Back to you.
Okay, that's very interesting, Snai. Actually, you have almost covered most of the key areas that I'm looking at in today's presentation. You've looked at the characteristics of entrepreneurs or entrepreneurship. You've looked at the key issues that entrepreneurs face, and one of the major key issue is marketing our products. And then finally, you've looked at also the different ways in which entrepreneurs can raise money. Yeah. So most times we have ideas in our heads, and we know that these ideas work. I think it was yesterday when I heard one of the prominent people say that the people with the best ideas are the poor people. Why? We take a lot of time to think and then to look at where is my money going, just making sure that you don't make a loss. So in that aspect, you find that you have quite a lot of ideas that you can use even with the least money that you have at hand. So that is very, very key. Okay, I see feedback here, which is good. People are saying we're doing great online. That's amazing. Okay, going forward is going on with the presentation. To now, the definition of who an entrepreneur is and what entrepreneurship is. So, according to quite a few people, here I got one definition that says entrepreneurship is the ability and readiness to develop, organize, and run a business enterprise along with any of its uncertainties in order to make profit. So I will go by this definition bit by bit. Yeah, we say today it is practical. Yes, the definitions are theory, but we need to make them more practical. Okay, entrepreneurship, the ability and readiness to develop and organize and run a business. So if you are there and you feel like I can start up a business, then you take the picture of being an entrepreneur. Yeah. So look at probably what is already existing, something new and innovation. Regardless of all that, if you're able to put it all together with all the uncertainties that it comes along with, in order for you to make a profit, you are regarded an entrepreneur. Another definition is entrepreneurship is the act of creating a business or a business while building and scaling it to generate profit. So you have a business, you either create it or you build on what is already there. So we can look at different examples where I want to start up a liquid soap making business. Yeah. So that is an idea. So if I have the ability to learn and then to put this in place and start up a a soap making company, then I am regarded an entrepreneur. Yeah. And then if also I am in position to just look at what my father started, what my neighbor has, and then I build on it to make it something that I want it to be, then still I am regarded an entrepreneur. So how the two differ, entrepreneurship and entrepreneur? Entrepreneurship is now the act of setting up the business, and then entrepreneurship is the person who sets up or organizes the business. So for me, in summary, I would say an entrepreneur is a starter, is a driver, is a challenger, is a risk taker, and an innovator. In general, yeah, we look at it is someone who will get an idea and want to kickstart it. And then, of course, when you start it, you have to take the leading seat, which is the driver's seat. And then the challenger, yes, there are a lot that is happening out there. But when you come and say, me, I'm going to take the opposite, or I'm going to take direction B instead of A, then you're trying to challenge the system that could already be there. And then risk taker is amidst all that you're going to do, you're starting up a new idea, you're not very sure if it will work or not. And so you take the risk. And then lastly, you are an innovator because you're bringing in something that may not be or may have not existed for a few or some time. Okay. So we have the different types of entrepreneurs, and one of the types is small business entrepreneurs. So small business are these that are interested in starting small businesses, just like the word says, starting small and then grow big. Yeah. So these are entrepreneurs that will start with whatever money they have. For the people who joined us for the session yesterday, I shared about my journey of entrepreneurship, starting from the time when I was still very young, as young as primary and secondary. I had so much passion in seeing that I earn money, to see that I support my family and then also support myself when I go back to school, get some money for pocket money. Yeah. So I would start a small business, as small as making chapati from home and just putting it outside at the door, and then sell it, as small as frying cassava, as small as making this ordinary ice and selling. So that was me. I start small and then I see how it grows bigger. And then we have the large company entrepreneurship or entrepreneurs. These look at starting big. They look at setting up big companies, not as small as maybe a company that is worth $1 million shillings, but quite a multi-million company. And then scalable startup entrepreneurs. Scalable, just like the word says, they start small and then they go on building and make it even bigger. Okay. As how they differ from small business is small business entrepreneurs look at having their businesses small and manageable. And then the scalable startups, for them, they look at the businesses small, and then they build on that to make something big that they are like what their vision is looking at. So you find they have a big vision, but they start small. And then social entrepreneurs, this is one of the key things that is now looked at generally, globally. Social entrepreneurs, these are impact entrepreneurs that look at solutions that bring impact to the society. I can give an example of renewable energy entrepreneurs or companies. These are companies that look at how they can renew what has been used there to produce fuel or to produce, instead of recycling. What they do is to recycle what is already there to produce energy. I can give an example of people who are making briquettes. Yeah, who are making briquettes. I don't know if you have an idea of what briquettes are, but these are cooking materials that are made out of charcoal dust. Some of them use timber dust. Some of them use plastics and papers from the ones that have been deposited. Yeah, so they try to make sure that they protect the environment. Other social entrepreneurs that we have, those companies that look at the community, look at the people who live in the community and how you can support them. And then innovative entrepreneurs, these look at starting up new things, totally probably. They may have been in or existence already, or sometimes you find they are not in existence at all, but they bring in something new. I can give an example of one of the innovative entrepreneurs as Safe Border. Yeah. So in Uganda here, it might have been in other countries, but in Uganda here, we're used to using our normal borders where you just go to the roadside and get a border and then move. But now that is a bit different. Safe Border brought in something different where you just sit at the comfort of your home and then you order a ride. Someone comes and picks you from your home and then takes you to your destination, and then still vice versa. So that is really very exciting. That is something new. And then hustler entrepreneurs, these really look at working hard. Yeah, they try as much as possible to see that they bring in new ideas through working hard. Yeah, we've seen people in probably the construction environment. We've seen people in mines. Yeah, but they come up with ideas after working so hard. And then imitator entrepreneurs. These are entrepreneurs who look at what is already existing and then they try to replicate that already. So okay, yes, so they try to replicate what is already in existence. I'm thinking of what example I can use. I'm sure by the end of this session I will have remembered what example exactly I can give for imitator entrepreneurs. And then researcher entrepreneurs or entrepreneurship, these ones go or want to look out for information. Yeah, make research and then come up with ideas that are helpful. Yeah, in most cases, these come from an informed point of view. They just don't come and start a business, but they make sure they research and understand all the aspects of the business. And so in most cases, they do the pilot studies, they go on to do prototyping until when they have the product or the business that they are looking for at hand. And then finally, we have the buyer entrepreneurship or entrepreneurs. So for the buyer, for them, what they look at, they have their money, they have their wealth, and so what they do is use the wealth that they have to take on other like new businesses that they feel they would want to acquire. Yeah. So, for example, if I have my money, instead of thinking of how I'm going to start a new business, what I'll do is just go and buy a business that I want. For example, if I want to buy, say, Tugende, one of the entrepreneurial businesses that are now also thriving in Uganda. Yeah. I go, pay them, we get to an agreement, I pay them off, and then I start running off that business. Or sometimes they come in as investors. Come, I invest in your business, and so you run it, and I be earning on this time. So generally, those are the types of entrepreneurship that I picked up. You might go online and get some more others that you can add on. So depending on your angle, you find that there's quite a broad perspective of what types of entrepreneurs are there. These are the few that I could pick up and just share with you today. So I'll give an example of myself. I like giving an example of myself because I feel like I can relate to my experience very easily. So for me, I can say I am a small business entrepreneur, given on the kind of businesses that I've started so far or that I'm running so far. And then I'm looking at building on them and then becoming bigger. Though my major aim is not like have a multi-billion business, but I want a small business that is going to grow and sustain me in the future. So that's what I would consider myself being an entrepreneur. Can someone share probably what kind of entrepreneur they think they are or where they idealize? Someone in the house here? Yeah. Okay, we have someone in the house who's going to share with us. Can you come closer? Okay, so just come closer.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Brenda Ejam. Sorry for joining in late. I wanted to join online, but then our power went off, so I decided to rush to the room. I would say that I fall under small business entrepreneur. Why? Because I have a small business and I manage it. Actually, I have two businesses, but they're small, but I can manage it. I move the other side. I cross-check what is ongoing, then the other side also. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you for sharing that. Anyone online would like to share with us? We want to feel your presence. Now I see your hand up, but I'm going to try as much as possible to look for someone else. I see people online. Kindly share. Now, thank you so much. I'm going to give some other person a chance. Is there any other who would like to try? Okay, as someone is getting ready, now you can go on and share.
Yeah, thank
now
you.
Go on, and then we shall have Jenny next.
Thank you, Cecilia. I just wanted to share the experience I've gone through. As I told you, I'm an entrepreneur. I want to show you what kind of types of entrepreneurship that I have gone through in my journey of entrepreneurship. First of all, I'm not young like you. I'm an old man, so I've gone through a number of things. So I wanted to share with you. I've gone through about 3 types of entrepreneurship, like you have indicated here. I started with a buyer entrepreneurship. I had my money. I went on and bought an internet cafe in Uganda there, operated it. But of course, as we said in the beginning, you must have knowledge about the market. You have to have the market ideas. Because I entered into the thing without without enough knowledge about it, it collapsed. Then I went on and started another business. This is a consultancy firm. I think this one falls under imitator entrepreneurs. But because there I had some good knowledge, it is still running. Now I'm thinking of going into social entrepreneurship. I think I wanted to talk more about social entrepreneurship because I'm a development practitioner. This is an entrepreneurship that, as you said, it is the one which actually causes impact in the lives of the people where you live, in the lives of the community where you live. I think ask you, Cecilia, to elaborate more about social entrepreneurship. What are the types of social entrepreneurship that you can have, and see how they can cause impact in the lives of the people. So entrepreneurship is something very, very dynamic. So those are the 3 I've gone through so far. And I've told you the first one collapsed. The second one is still running because I have enough knowledge about it. And then the social entrepreneurship is the one I'm interested in because professionally I'm a development practitioner. So thank you very much, Cecilia. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Snai. I'm so happy to hear that we have someone who has been through this journey, and so will be in position to share with us his experience, and then we learn from him. It's amazing to meet you again, Snai. Let's have Jenny go next, and then I'll be in position to respond to you in regard to your question about social entrepreneurship.
Thank you so much. I would say that I had a small business that I started, but I think it also collapsed due to the corona thing that came in, and eventually we lost market. But it was really interesting. I learned a lot during the journey. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jenny. So it also lies under small business entrepreneurs. Okay, so responding to Snai about social enterprises, there are examples. So think about a business that you're starting that is not causing effect or negative effects in your community. Say you're starting up a business that does not involve cutting down of trees, which means organizations that are against cutting down of trees will be regarded as social entrepreneurs. Organizations that are promoting afforestation, growth of more vegetation, agitating for reservation of the national parks and the game parks and the forest reserves, all those companies would be regarded as social enterprises, because what they are doing is to see that the environment is preserved, and so we get the climate is more conducive for us to live in. So he's considering people around him, in case these trees are all not there, what will happen to the people within my community. And then also, someone kindly mute. Okay. Yes, going forward is still under social enterprises. Look at companies that probably do not encourage, say, mining. We know that mining means, even if it is just sand mining, it means that the ground is being destroyed. Yeah, the open lands that are left there, which make, one, the vegetation that is on the ground is destroyed, and then two, ditches are created, which ditches lead to either how they call it, stagnant waters that affect the environment. And then three, the drainage system is affected. And then four, when these mines are, say, the materials are got, and then the waste that is remaining there, it causes also a lot of effect within that area. I find, because it makes heaps are put there of sand or soil, which really affect generally the appearance of the area. And then also, yeah. So those are some of the factors that I look at under social. And then if you're looking at the people who live within the community, look at children within the community who are probably affected by a certain maybe infection or disease, say children who are malnourished. So if you come in with a way in which you can reduce these effects, yeah, you become an entrepreneur. I've seen people who are making powdered milk. I've seen people who add nutrition onto the foods and package them and then sell them at relatively a fair price. You become a social entrepreneur. Finally, another example I can give is when you produce your goods and then sell them at a lower price, you're considered a social entrepreneur. So we know that the aim of business people is to make profits, and their profits are not limited. If I have the chance to make 100 or 200% of my profits from my sales, then that is to my advantage. But an entrepreneur will put his community in consideration and say, the product that I am giving out is so crucial to the people in my community, so I will sell it to them at relatively a fair price. That makes you a social entrepreneur. For someone who wants to go into consultancy, you would consider probably having your consultancy services at a fairly reduced cost as compared to other consultants who are really very expensive. Yeah. So those are some of the examples that I can share under social entrepreneurship. So I can also give an example, like finally, an example in agriculture. So we see the beekeepers. Yeah, so the beekeepers most times go on to just educate people about preserving forests, about how important the flowers are to the bees and the honey that they get, to make sure that rudimentary methods like bush burning are not used that affect the lives of the bees or the health of the bees. We know when we burn the bush, most times they die because of the heat that is caused and the smoke. So at the end, we lose them. So as a social entrepreneur in the beekeeping environment. Yes, you're getting honey from these animals, from these insects, but also how do you protect them? How do you protect the community in regard to that? So I'll be going on to the next. So Snai already has also shared about characteristics of successful entrepreneurs. He has talked about, let me get the exact points that he shared. Be a risk taker. And then second, he has talked about should be courageous enough, and then have the determination. Yeah, just to build on that, be courageous enough. For sure, if you're not courageous, you cannot go into the entrepreneurial business. Why? Most times they realize their profits after quite a long time. That is one. And then two, you're going into an uncertainty. You are not sure of what you're getting yourself into. So at the end, you find that either people will let you down, your friends will tell you, no, this is not doable. So and so tried it and it failed. Even this person, they'll give you a lot of examples. So you have to be courageous to go through all these kinds of letdowns. And yes, someone saying something? Okay, going on is determination. You should be determined, really. Amidst all the challenges, you should be able to beat them. And then finally, you should be a risk taker. Yeah, a risk taker is someone who invests in probably what he thinks is going to bring results, but he's not sure of exactly if it is going to come out. So I have quite a lot of points here, and just like I say, I want this to be as interactive as possible. Allow me get 2 people from the house and then 2 people online. Pick up whichever point you feel you can explain here, and then you can share with us. So someone in the line, Otim Jackson, I see you on unmute. Are you going to share with us? Okay, let's feel free. Let's feel very free. No one is going to judge you for your response. Yes, Otim, I see you again. Okay. Someone in the house, are you willing to share? Someone in the house willing to share? Or Tim Jackson, you're on unmute. Are you willing to share? Okay. Okay. I see a hand up. Snai has a hand up. I'm so really excited about hearing people's experiences. I see Snai's arm is up, and then another person. Is the person? Okay, I see Snai.
Should I go ahead and share?
Yes, you can go on, and then you shall have David also share.
Okay, yeah. Now I'm picking out this point of innovation.
Okay.
I just wanted to connect it to what you said earlier on in your introductory remarks. You said that there are people involved in making charcoal briquettes using the available materials around them. For example, the solid waste materials that are scattered in Kampala. Everywhere solid waste is scattered. And I'm happy to share with you that I worked with a certain group of women some time back in that area of creating other sources of energy. And we're actually working on solid waste recycling and it came out to show that it is a very, very lucrative business. It makes a lot of money, apart from creating employment, especially for the young people. And actually, we worked so much and even came up with a book which we called Waste is Wealth. So I just wanted to share with my colleagues who are in this meeting that there are a number of things around us. So it is up to us really to be innovative enough to see how we can make them useful for us and even for the other people. So I'm even very happy that you have actually enlightened me about social entrepreneurship. So we're doing that thing of solid waste recycling without us knowing that it was a social kind of entrepreneurship. So I've learned today that what we were doing in solid waste recycling with those women was actually having impact on the people, because apart from cleaning the environment, it was also bringing in some money in their pockets. It was also creating employment for the people around there, especially the youth, and it was contributing to the environment, making the environment of the city clean. So innovation is a very, very important point if you are to be a successful entrepreneur. That's what I can share on that.
Okay, thank you, Snai. I'm happy to hear that at least you're going to take back feedback to your people and let them know that, guys, what we are doing is a good thing. We are creating impact to the community. We are employing people. We are saving the environment. And yes. And then what I can also let you know is that today, so many international organizations have come in to support social enterprises. So yes, if you just need to go and understand what a social enterprise is. And then also, probably, Joel, we shall have a session on understanding the SDGs. So SDGs are standard development goals that were set up internationally by the United Nations to make sure that to be achieved in, is it 2030?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not very sure of
something.
Yeah, I'm not very sure of when the timeline exactly, but what I'm very sure of is, as a social entrepreneur,
2030.
2030, yes, you should be in position to know which SDG are you addressing, which problems. So those SDGs are like problems that we have currently as globally in the world. But now you identifying that, for me, I am rectifying the issue of zero hunger. Zero hunger, it means probably you are into agriculture and you're making sure that more foods are grown or food is preserved, or you are supplying food to probably the disadvantaged people. You educate people about the importance of storing food, like something related to that. So you get yourself under a social enterprise that is addressing the issue of zero hunger. There's also something like life on water and then life on land. Life on land, that's where you're trying to protect everything that is on land. Yeah, the green vegetation, the animals that are there, the insects, making sure that they are not destroyed. Yeah, and then life in water are those animals or insects that are living underwater. Yeah, you're looking at the fish, the snakes, the crocodiles, all those animals in particular. So trying to protect them. So as a social enterprise, try as much as possible to identify which impacts you are creating, one, which SDG or standard development goal you're addressing. And so this will help you so much when you're asking for or applying for loans or finance in the future. Yes, Joel?
So, sorry, I have a question. I know social enterprises address like one or two or even all of the sustainable development goals. Maybe in Uganda, because I had Safe Border is also one of those social enterprises. Why would you call Safe Border a social enterprise? And can you also tell me some other businesses in Uganda that are considered social enterprises?
Okay, thank you. So I don't know if there's someone in the house there who can share with us why Safe Border is considered a social enterprise. Anyone in the house here?
Can I say something?
Yes. Yes, please come closer.
I say that is under social entrepreneurship in that Safe Border has helped a lot to reduce on accidents in Uganda. It had overwhelmed the country whereby they were complaining of accidents being caused by the border men. That's why at one time the former ACC executive who left the country, she was trying to stop border men from entering into the city.
Okay.
So to me, what I see is that they've given back to the community by reducing on the rate of accident that used to be so high in the country.
Okay, that's very interesting. Thank you. Now you can also go on and share. Snai, are you there?
Safe border, as somebody has said, they have actually helped us to get transport means at a cheaper price and even a quicker and very easy to get, because you just call somebody and he immediately finds you where you are and you move. That is something that is actually helping the community to move very fast. But again, to answer part of the question that Joel has asked, what are some other businesses in Uganda that can be grouped as social enterprises? Even where we are now, as you are training us here, you are causing some impact in our lives. Like now, I've already learned some. So you are providing a service which is going to change my life in the future. So whoever is doing this, whoever is supporting this kind of program, is actually operating a social enterprise, because it's providing services at a cheaper price, because I didn't pay anything. So this is a social enterprise for the first time. Right.
That was a very relatable example that for me, actually, I was thinking very far. I was thinking about Tugende. I was thinking about Kazide. I was thinking of, yeah, very far and yet very close here. We have a very relatable example. What Kectil is doing is to empower young people with skills and training so that they are able to become employment ready, so that they are able to become entrepreneurs, set up their own businesses. And then at the end, it means the more businesses they start, they employ other people. And then they become organized other than just going on to create crimes out there. Yeah, they think a bit focused. So on looking at all that, you're doing this, we are doing this, and then Capital is not asking for any money for you to receive this. So that means they are looking at the times of, when you look at now social enterprise regarding to the cost and the price, at a fair cost or at no cost at all. Yeah. Again, social enterprise, when we look at Safe Border still, for once at least we have an organized group of border riders. Yeah. At least you have a database where if you need say you're moving and then probably you are robbed, yeah, and you use the Safe Border, you have a point to start from, which wasn't there. These people we considered them as people who cause crimes, chaotic people, thieves. Like, that is the name that has been attached to border people. But now someone feels safer using a Safe Border because they are organized, they are registered, yeah, they have a database that puts all of them together, or an umbrella that puts them together. Their prices are fairer, just like Snai has mentioned. And then they come and find you at the comfort of your home. Yeah, they are very polite and then disciplined. You know about these boda guys who will tell you from here to Ntinda is maybe 2,000. Then when you reach there, it says, no, I thought you were going to stop here at the main road, but now you're there to be taking me 2 more meters away from the main road. You have to add me money. When you refuse, they want to cause chaos, which is not the case with the Safe Border people. Yeah. So that is where we look at the impacts that they have caused to the community. Okay. David, you're also going to share with us, pick up 1 or 2 qualities here, and then you can share.
David.
Yes, David?
I'd like to share a point of
David, speak louder so that we're able to hear you clearly.
problem of being risk-taking, a quality of being risk-taking. Risk-taking. You hear me? Being risk-taking. Being risk-taking. So I was saying that people
David, I'm struggling to hear you, and people in the house here cannot hear you at all. I don't know if people online can hear you clearly.
can you hear me right now?
Yes, that's better.
I would like to share a problem of a quality of risk-taking. And I was saying
Okay.
that if people take risks and try out different entrepreneurial skills in their life, they can easily earn a living out of them. They can easily earn a living.
Okay, David, thank you. At least I was able to pick up something. You picked up the point of risk taking. As an entrepreneur, you should be a risk taker. And yes, I don't know if you know about this saying that goes, the higher the risk, the higher the returns. Yeah. Most risky businesses really have a lot of money that you get from it. But yes, the risks that are involved are also very many. You get, say, people who do betting, yeah? So entrepreneurship is more like betting. So you are getting your money and putting it into a venture or into a business that you're not sure it is going to bring in. So you get your money and then you bet. There are two teams. Like, okay, I have Arsenal, I have, I'll not say Man United. I'll say you have Chelsea, yeah? Arsenal and Chelsea. And then you weigh the two and be like, okay, which one is better? And then you end up going with Chelsea. If Chelsea wins, then you take money. If it loses, then you lose, yeah? There are quite a few other things that are also considered in that. So the same applies to business here. There are quite a lot of opportunities out there, but to single out one and say, this is the one that I think is going to work for me. That is a risk you're taking, to choose from all the many and just take one. And so, as an entrepreneur, you're also a risk taker. Okay, let's have two people in the room also share, and then we can go to the next. Anyone willing to identify one and just talk about it? Okay, Joel would like to share.
So I'm actually looking at the screen, and then I see that there's a point on competition. You know, for sure, if you're an entrepreneur, you need to be ready for competition. You need to be ready for competition because you're not alone in this. I know, like, you can actually start something alone, but the next day people are going to pour into it. And I can also tell you some of the most successful businesses are the ones that wait for you to start. Like, you've done your research, you put your initial investment, you've gotten some loan, then they just identify one tiny weakness that you have, then they will come to solve it. Now, I can give an example. For file transfer, back then, like between 5 and 10 years ago, we used to have Bluetooth. Whenever you wanted to send music to somebody, you would connect on Bluetooth. But I don't know if you are really up to date. Now we have Zenda. Zenda has come up and let's kick the Bluetooth out of business. I mean, I'm not saying Bluetooth is completely out of business. There are like Bluetooth speakers. There are like a lot of systems that still use the Bluetooth system. But I can tell you for sure, Zenda has been very successful. Also, Uber was there, and then after Uber, now so many other people came in. If you go to China, for instance, It was Uber that was initially there, and Uber was like the main company globally. Like no one would compete. But now there is Didi, which I think is even beating Uber. You know, in the electronics business, when we talk about like high-end smartphones, Apple used to sell more than anyone else. Now it's not Apple anymore. Now it's Xiaomi, a Chinese company. Yeah. So even in the border business, probably some people were there. People just try and then someone else comes. So I think competition is really key. Like in this, you need to be competitive and you need to always be on the move. Thinking, doing research. How can I serve my people better? How can I improve on my services so that you remain in business? And also, again, the other point of taking risks, because now some people will fear competition and they will be like, no, I think I can't manage this. But if you persisted maybe for a bit more, you could be the next champion in that industry. So I think that's also key. Like there is no single business on earth that's going to go without competition. And now the worst bit of it is in countries like ours where intellectual property is not developed. Like you can come up with your idea, and then it's your idea, it's your research, it's your money, then somebody is just going to come and steal it and they will not give you a penny. But that would not be the case in other countries like the US, because whatever innovation that you come up with, you register it, it's going to be your trademark and nobody will tamper with it. And if they did, they would compensate you lots of money, you know. So competition, that's what I wanted to just add on to what, you guys were discussing. Thank you. And over to you.
Okay, thank you, Joel. Just to add on probably what Joel has shared here, still on competition. I think the more competition, the higher the chances are for you to be more innovative, to be more creative, and then also to think about other avenues. So as an entrepreneur, the more competition that comes in, the more pressure you get, the more you will think about how can I outcompete these people. Yeah. So I can give an example of what we can all relate to. Downtown, when you go to downtown, Kubo, yeah, there are a lot of businesses happening there, and almost all of them sell the same things. But you find all these people are selling. How do they do it? How do they manage in that competition? You'll be passing, someone is calling you, Auntie Jangu Tulabe, Auntie, come and be seen, Auntie, come and make your hair, Auntie, come and buy this. That is already one of the ways in which you can lure the customer into your business. So as an entrepreneur, think about ways in which you can beat the competition. Jenny, I see you're on unmute. I don't know if you're in. You'd like to share.
Yes, thank you so much again. I would love to share, really. Though I've talked about the point of risk taking, but I think I would also want to share in that line. Because when you talk of risks, there are so many risks that are involved in a business. It can be someone fearing the risks of competition. It could also be in form of losses. I've seen many people have failed to start up businesses because they're afraid of making losses. Someone tells you, I want to start this business, but I'm afraid it may collapse. Like they're afraid the business may bring losses. But as an entrepreneur, you should be ready for anything. Like you should be ready for losses and profits, because that is what a business is involved. It involves losses and profits. And also the other point is being passionate. Like if you are an entrepreneur, you should be passionate about what you are doing. Being passionate means have love for whatever you're doing. If you start up a business, please have love for that business, because if you don't love what you are doing, then eventually I don't think it will give you really what you were targeting to get. So let us be so passionate about what we want to do. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, you've raised a very powerful point, and that is passion. Passion can drive anything. Passion can change nothing to whatever you want it to be. Why? Because it is attached with love. Every time you see that thing happening, you'd want to create change. You'd like to relate yourself to it. I can give an example of people who are passionate about say, sexual reproductive education. So every time they see a young woman or a young man being sexually harassed, they want to come in and see that they do something against it. So that is about passion. If you're passionate about design and fashion, yeah, in everything you do, you'll try as much as possible to put this one in. And how does it help you? It creates the drive. It gives you the pace. It gives you the speed onto which you can embark on. So Jenny, thank you so much for sharing about passion in regard to entrepreneurship. Yeah, so there are quite a lot
My
of
pleasure.
them here. Because of time, I may not go through each and every one. Each and every point here. But in the house, we have anyone who'd like to share one more? Yes, we have two people, but you'd have to come here new because of the sound. Okay, so we are having two people in the house here who like to share. Guys, I'm getting so excited about this session because it is interactive. I see people are participating, which is a good thing. So let's keep it up. So go on and share your name and then.
My name is Miriam. I'd like to share point of being flexible.
Okay.
To be a successful entrepreneur, you must be flexible. In a way that if you're involved in one business or certain type of business and you find it's not working.
Audibility, please. I barely hear you.
Okay. I'm trying to say that I'm talking on the point of flexibility. If you're involved in one type of a business and you're seeing the outcome of the business is not all that what is good or what you expect to come out of the business, so it's better you change. So flexibility means you're able to change from one business from one business to another.
Okay, maybe to add on that also, flexibility also means you adapt to the circumstances that are there. Yeah, COVID-19 is something that has hit us at the least that we expected. But yes, as an entrepreneur, would you keep on saying, "Oh, COVID came, and so I cannot go to the market because I am scared of making business. I'm scared of meeting people because people don't have money now." You have to be flexible. Whichever situation comes, look for a way in which you can avoid it or you can reduce it. Yeah, if it means you diverting your business, then probably you may not entirely leave what you're doing, but you could create a diversion or even create something that will work along with what you're doing, or to sell it and to be a selling point of your business. Yeah. So next person.
Thank you so much once again. I'm Brenda. I would like to take on the point that says listen. In most cases, as a business person, you have to listen to the feedback of your customers. When I started a small business, I used to ask people, how was it? Was the product okay? Was it not okay? So that if you get feedback from people, you can listen to them and you be like, what else, what more can I do to improve on the product so that you maintain your customers? Then the other second thing is learn. Like I said earlier on, I have two businesses. One, I started it this year, but the first one, it was last year in the first lockdown. And I started it. I didn't know how to make it perfect because I said those days when my auntie used to make it, so I was like, can't I just start something small like how my auntie used to make it? So I didn't have money. I had 10K with me. So I went to a friend of mine. She told me she had that product I wanted to make. And she just offered to me. So what I bought a byproduct that would, without it, can't make the product. So I just bought sugar. With that simsim, I make simsim balls.
Okay.
So she gave me 1 kilo and I bought half a kilo of sugar. So when I made it at first, it wasn't looking nice. Now I was like, God, what can I do? I want to make my product look okay. So when I'm passing on the street, I would see those ladies carrying their symbols, and they would have that round shape, and it would be very okay. So I started asking myself, how best can I also improve on my product? So until I saw a lady make it, and from some other place, and I also said, okay, so this is how they make it. I implemented on it, and right now it is very okay. And yes, I yearn to learn so that my product becomes okay. So as a business person, we ought to learn, because things keep changing here and there. If you stick to the old path, then you will be left out. I would like to also say something small on a team leader. I know it's back, it's much, because you're supposed to have a team that you lead to show them what to do. When I started making the team symbols, I was alone in my parish, and a neighbor came in to help me make them. So I didn't know that she was also learning in her heart. She didn't tell me she was learning so that she can also begin making it. She was very open. She said, okay, you can make for me. I told her it's okay. I started making for her because she was fearing her husband. She didn't want the husband to know that she had some income generating activity. So I don't know. I don't want to go deep into that. It was their issue. So I taught her how to make. We would make it. She makes hers. She sells. Then I also make mine. I sell. So right now, as a talk, at least I've mentored people into that business. Where I stay, we are about 3 people who make that same business. Then I realized I was training my competitor, because I also make and supply. She makes and I again supply.
Okay.
So we have to teach people how to make it, not because they are going to outcompete us. And in business, we have to be ready that anytime we are going to have competitors. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, that was really very inspirational and very interesting. Sorry. Okay. Oh, yes. Someone in the house is going to add on what Brenda has shared. But what I've picked out from Brenda is listen. Yeah, that word is very key. Listen to your customers. They will tell you the good and the bad. They will give you the sense of direction, and then learn. Yeah, in the process, be in position to learn, relearn, and unlearn. Do not be rigid on one thing. Yeah. And so another person, and then she also talked about being a team leader. Yes, as an entrepreneur, you are the one who has the idea. You understand it. So in case you have other people who would like to obtain your, like to get that knowledge, take on the lead and then educate them or teach them. Yeah. So we have another person also to share.
Yes, my name is Patrick. I want to share with something. Embrace failure. You know, most of people, they fear failure. If you want to be a successful entrepreneur, you need to not fear failure, because failure it mentor you. Because sometimes you have gone wrong somewhere, whereby what you are doing it was not enough to make your customer be equitable with what you are doing. But if you fail once again, sometimes you can sit down, you go back to the right table and say, maybe you have gone wrong. Here was not right. You have to mentor that thing again, and you come back with another plan, which shows you what to do and what you will gain more out of that business. Give an example. I have a boss of mine, whom I was working together with that business. He wanted to go in the business of blog business, but that business also is a risky business. So where he went, it was not easy for him to gain anything from there. So he lost almost 15 million in that business. But when we came back, said maybe somewhere we have gone wrong somewhere. Let us sit down to the drawing board. We see if at all we can gain more. And he said that is the correct idea. In fact, he came back, he raised another money, then we get back to the business called your business. And now it is doing better. Because if it was to fear, because I've failed, because I've lost money, and you give up, it was not going to be a good idea. But right now he's making money, he's doing well. So I think to be a successful entrepreneur, don't fear failure. To mentor you to another person. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. About failure. Yeah, I am a practical example of someone who has failed quite a number of times. First, I'll give example of failure in regard to my education. So Jenny will share. Give me a few minutes to finalize on this. So in education, for me, all my vision, all my objective was to study from Makerere. And so I applied, and yes, I was given the opportunity to go and do a bachelor's in commerce, yeah, but an external course. So when I went there with all the excitement, I found that yes, the course was very good, but being an external course, it is very good for people who are working and then studying. So most of the time I felt, yeah, this is getting boring. I'm not studying. Other my friends are studying. I am at home. So I dropped out. And that really affected me so much. I'm like, okay, what do I do? My colleagues are studying. So I looked at for other avenues of still going back to school. So that's when I went and applied in one of the private universities. And yeah, I went there, and trust me, I got even I enjoyed there more than I would have enjoyed at Makerere. This was a small university that has few students, but they are international students from different backgrounds. I get to learn from them. I get to understand from them. Okay, so if I was just rigid and saying, okay, since I failed at Makerere, then I may not study, so let me just go and start whatever life I will start, I may not have gotten the opportunity to meet international people in this line. And then also when it comes to business, I've started a few businesses really, and then I have failed. My first business, I put in 8 billion, I think 8.5 million. And yeah, at the end, I think I was able to pick around 3 million from that. After making all the losses, I only retained 3 million. It failed. I went to mobile money, and the thief came, yeah, and took like 1.8 million out of the 2.5 million that I had. I remained with around 700 or 800,000. Still, I did not give up. I went on to start another business in selling baby clothes. I had a shop in town. Yeah, for people who visited me would tell. I had a shop with like a big shop that I paid almost 1.5 million rent. But when COVID came, it hit me badly, and I was down. So I picked a few things that remained and took them home. But that was not the end. Up to now, I picked myself together and then still continue with that same business. And now it is thriving. So embrace failure. You will fail. Like it doesn't matter how many times you fail. No one remembers my history that I failed and failed and failed. But what people see is my progress now. That is what people will look at. So as an entrepreneur, you will fail, you will fall. But that doesn't mean it is the end of you. Get up and start again. You can start in the same thing or something different. Yes, Joel would have something to say, and then shall hear from Jim.
Yeah, actually, I like that point. People call it first attempt in learning. That is failure. That's how you can define failure. So there is no one on this earth who never failed. At some point we all fail, and that should only be a starting point for us to rise. You know, the other thing because we have only 4 minutes till we go to break, but the other thing I wanted to also just add, that is now, I see it very important, is that every business that you start now has to be tech savvy. I think that's like the last point. To me, it should have been like the first one on the list. You can never do a business without technology. Whether you're selling clothes, you need to have a bit of, you need to have some basic IT skills. You're able to do social media, you're able to operate a smartphone, because I think we are living in an era of technology. Also, that is why our training actually started in ICT, because we knew that ICT for sure is the backbone of every sector now, as we live in an era where innovation and technology is advancing so fast and so much is changing. You wouldn't even have imagined 10 years ago that social media marketing would be a big thing, or buying things from Jumia would be, the next big thing, or WhatsApp or smartphones would dominate communication space. So if you really have to succeed, then you need to consider building your capabilities around ICT. I don't know if Sunai can share his experience with us because he's been in business. How was he able to do it? Does his business hire IT solutions? But my advice would be that you need to be at least to be able to do certain things by yourself. Like you don't have to pay for everything for your business. And also the other thing I can pick from Sinai's experienced earlier was that he failed in the first business because he didn't have the expertise in that field. And now when he went into consulting, because he's a development practitioner, he was able to survive at least. So that's also the same thing, like from building a website to posting content on the website to running your social media and stuff. Much as you're going to help people do that, at least you should also be able to, have some basic knowledge and understanding, just, in case. So that's what I wanted to add. Over to you. But if Sinai would like to come in, that's also fine. And then we have 2 minutes to go to break, and then we come back at 11.
Sinai, are you there? Would you like to share your experience? Okay, as Sinai is coming on, Jenny, you had wanted to share with us one of the qualities. Can go on.
Okay, thank you. This is just so interesting. I just wanted to elaborate more on the point of listening. As entrepreneurs, we have to be very good listeners. Like, we know customers always come with feedback, but the feedback is not only positive, but also negative. And that implies they come with complaints. Perhaps they purchased something from you and maybe it was expired. So the customer will come complaining, but we have to listen to them and give them a solution to that problem. And that will take us to the point of being polite. As an entrepreneur, we really have to be polite, because I've met really entrepreneurs that are really rude. A customer comes and then they're really rude to them. But as a good entrepreneur, we have to be really polite and be able to manage and handle our customer problems. It is a key factor in a business. Thank you.
Okay, yes, I think I've met an entrepreneur who I ordered things from online, and then when the next time I asked of how I can use this product, just told me, if you want, like, she was very rude to me, her response, very rude, that why do you order things that you don't know how to use? Like, really, this is your product. It is as simple as you telling me the process is A, B, C, D. But she told me that the directions are on the leaflet there. If you didn't know how to use this product, why did you order for it? Like, that is very rude. Why would I even go back to buy your product? Why should I even use it in one place? I might end up not even using your product, and I will spoil the market for you. So politeness is very key for we entrepreneurs. And so we have to make sure that we are polite enough. So here, when I look at the other points, almost all of them, we've talked about them. Be a good time manager. So being a good time manager, if you tell someone that you're going to deliver a product in 1 minute or in 5 minutes or in 1 hour, let it be that. And yes, we know that there are circumstances that may affect you on your way. So in case you get any obstacles, it is very important for you to communicate and say, I am getting difficulties, probably getting the border to send you things, but I will look for a way in which I can take it to you or deliver it to you in time or in the next 2 minutes. Yeah. So I know we are getting into our break time. Jenny, you seem to have something to share. Finally, you can share and then we can go for break. Okay, Sina, you're there. We are going, if you can explain or you can share your experience in 2 to 3 minutes, it would be amazing. But
yeah, I just wanted to say a very quick one about this point of integrity. Okay. Integrity is very important in business, in entrepreneurship, if you are to be successful. I just want to share a scenario where in my consultancy firm, we lost a contract of about 30 million shillings because of lack of integrity. Here, we were given a contract to go and train people in a district. And of course, we have people who work in the district. When we sent them there, for example, they were supposed to stay in a certain place for 5 days. They would go and do the work maybe for 1 2 days, and then they go away. And then they say they have worked for 5 days, and they claim for money for 5 days. But later on, our clients identified that thing, and when they identified that anomaly, of course, they terminated the contract. So integrity is very, very important if you are to be successful in your entrepreneurship, in your businesses. That's what I wanted to share.
Okay, yes, integrity. You can relate it to probably your core values. You can relate it to your objectives. You can relate it to the way you, I don't know which simplest word I can use to explain what integrity is, but how do you do your things? Yeah, in case for accountants, in relation to integrity, it is one of the core principles that an accountant should carry. Yeah, you should be in position to act as per the rules and regulations that govern accountants. Yeah. So thank you, Snai, for sharing that. I would like us to go for break, and then we come back at exactly 11. 11. Yes, use this time to recharge your phone, use this time to pick a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, stretch, relax, greet a friend. For the people who are online, I don't know how you'd be able to, interact with us in the house here openly, but let's take a short break.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us, everyone. Kindly have a break of around 26 minutes, and then we come back at exactly 11. Very set for the session. So I would like to check with people online. Are we there? Are we back? Are we back? Some response. Can you hear us? You can also use the text here. You can just type in and say we are back. I said, Juliet, you're there? People online, I'm really interested to find out if you can hear us so we can start knowing that we are all at par.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great.
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So, Vivian, are you there? Because I've seen your comment. It says, can we look at the characteristics of an entrepreneur again, please? Your sounding was not very good, or probably you were unable to pick us. So let me first check and find out if you can hear me. If you are there, kindly unmute and speak. Vivian, I see get feedback from Jackson. Thank you. Vivian, wouldn't want to leave you behind. I can recap very briefly on some of the characteristics, maybe not all, but I have to be sure that you're there. Okay, Vivian, can just get to me when you're back online. So we are going to continue from where we had stopped. And yeah, just to recap from our morning session, we're just looking at who an entrepreneur is, the qualities of a good of an entrepreneur, the different types of entrepreneurs, and one of the final stages that we're at, we're just looking at the characteristics of a successful entrepreneur. Miriam, are you saying something? Okay, thank you. So to sum this all up, some of the qualities that probably we did not talk about, but I can pick up, a good entrepreneur should be visionary. Yeah. Who is someone who is visionary? Someone who is visionary is not someone who is short eye-sighted. What do I mean? Someone who is looking at where his feet are stopping. Yeah. Imagine you are standing and you're just looking at where your feet are placed at that particular time. Yes. What will you be able to see? You won't be able to see anything much other than a few features that are just around you. But someone who is visionary is someone who is looking ahead of where you are. You'll see beyond where you are standing. There's a common saying that goes that what an old person sees when they are seated, a young person may not be in position to see even when they are standing. Yeah. So an entrepreneur should have those eyes. The eyes that for now you are not yet there, but you have the vision to be there. You're looking at reaching there at some particular time. We are going to look at some examples of entrepreneurs that we have in Uganda here and some that are on an international scene. And someone will tell you, for me, when I was starting this, I was looking at being one of the big, say, cosmetic producer in Uganda here. I can give an example of Movit, yeah? But what was their vision? To become one of the biggest. There's also a common saying that goes that aim at the moon, so that when you fail to get it, at least you land on one of the stars. We know that the stars are very many, but they are very tiny and far. And then you have a moon that is one, and then it is also very far. So if you want to aim at the stars, you'll get confused because there are so many. You'll want to aim at this one and the other one and the other, so you may lose focus. But when you say, I want to aim at the moon, it is only one, yeah? And then it is very fast, which means you will try always possible to see that you reach the moon that you're looking at. As an entrepreneur, that should be your aim. Aim at the moon. In case you fail to get the moon, then you can land on one of the stars. So that is about being visionary. And then about being disciplined is more into also being in position to learn, also being polite. That also embarks in the same bracket. And then confidence. Someone can come and sell you, what can I give an example? Come and sell you something that is not valuable at all, but you'll buy it because of the confidence that they use to sell it to you. So have your idea, know that it is my idea. I know best of what this idea is, and so I can explain it to the best. So an entrepreneur, most times we get the timid of saying, what will people say about me? What will people think about my product? But my dear, it is your product. You are the one who knows how it works and how effective it is. So come with that confidence and then tell another person about it. Sell this to another person. Trust me, they will buy it just because you are confident. Yeah. So many of us, our ideas have ended up not being taken up just because we are not confident about them. But the moment you come and tell me what I want is to become person A, B, C, D, and this is because I have such and such traits, and this is because I have experience in ABC, and so I can take on this responsibility. Yeah. Confidence alone, I will say, oh, this person will manage because he's going to meet a number of customers. He's going to meet different people. How will she be able to sell my idea to them? So be in a position to defend what you are selling. Finally, what can I talk about is give feedback. Yeah, give feedback to your people and then also obtain feedback from them. Your people at this point are your customers. Okay, Vivian, I see you are back. We are going very briefly through the characteristics of a successful entrepreneur. Yeah, in case you need any more support, I'm sure the team here has picked a lot of things and they'll be in position to share further. You can also reach out to me personally and I can take you through probably points that you need more insight on. And then also to everyone, in case you feel like there's a point that I've left out and you feel it would be key if I talked about it, please use the chat and then you can also reach out to me directly. All right, so going on to the next slide, we're going to look at the different examples of the entrepreneurs that we have in Uganda. Yes, to make it more interactive, I know now we have seen this one. Okay, this is one of the examples. Is there someone who'd like to share? Miriam? Would you like to share?
Take some time effort so that they can even incorporate.
Okay, it was not very clear. Maybe say that again.
What it simply means is that let them still activate some time so that they will get well.
Oh, sorry, we are struggling to hear you. Could you help us and just type it down? I can pick it clearly from the chat. Okay, please, Miriam, someone who is using the name Miriam, kindly type down your question or your submission. The network was not very clear, so we are unable to pick what you are sharing. Please use the chat. I'll pick up from here and share openly with everyone. Okay, so we are talking about the different entrepreneurs that you have in Uganda. Yeah, I want to bring relatable examples. I know we have quite a lot of them, and we've talked about some of them already. Yeah, we talked about companies like Tugende, we talked about Safe Border, and so many more. So I would like us to talk to people that we can relate to. Why I brought this example is because when I was at the university, when we were doing our entrepreneurship class, this was one of the case studies that they brought. They brought Kazire. I didn't know a lot about Kazire, but it made me go and read more about them and their products. Yeah. So we see this is a young man. I wish I can make this bigger so we are able to read what is there. So Kazire, what interests me about his story is having failed at jobs in the city. So this is a graduate who finished school, and then after school, he failed to get a job. Yeah. Edward used Uganda shillings 20,000 left as transport back to the village to start doing what made many people think he was mad. Remember, when Kazire came in, we didn't have a lot of herbal drinks in the market, really. They were very few. And so, as an entrepreneur, he came and tried looking for jobs, just like any other graduate would be. Move around here and there. But no, things did not work as he expected. So what he did was get whatever he was remaining with as transport to go back to the village, and then he thought about what he was going to do. And then what he did was, sell his laptop. I don't know if I removed that thing. He sold his own laptop just to get the money to begin what the kind of business that he had an idea about. Okay, 14 years later, Dr. Edward Kazire has built a more than 15 billion shillings business empire out of herbs. So for me, what I get from him is he had an idea of how to do such kind of business. Probably maybe his father used to do it, or a neighbor, or wherever. He got this knowledge from there. But now, how did he make it productive? Yeah, is try to bring it to life. So you might be there, you have an idea. I know I can make daddies very well, but what I only lack is money to start up this daddy's business. You know that I am an IT expert, and if you give me any electronic, trust me, I will maneuver it and then be in position to put it in a better position, or in a better way than you've given it to me. If you're the kind of person who is good in art, yeah, you can use your hands to draw pictures, then use that. If you're the kind of person who is good at talking, do not sit to that talent. There's a lot that can be done just by you talking. You can go, I remember one of, I'm forgetting the name of that person, but he said that if you have failed to get a job, then go to a company and create that job for yourself. Come here and tell Joel, Joel, do you know what? I can speak. And if I'm trained well, I know I can deliver training. Tell him that, yes, I am so passionate about working with young people. And so how can you put me in your business so that I'm able to get these skills? So let us not sit on our experience that we have, but let's try as much as possible to see that we build on that. I personally, my mom used to make local mandazi at home. And so I use that experience to just make sure that I don't go back to school empty-handed. We know that we normally wait for our fathers and mothers to give us pocket money. And then when they give us something less, when they give us something less, we begin complaining that, yes, they've not given us. But as adults, you'll see how hard it is to continue to sustain a family, and then you have children, and then you have school, among others. So it is very important for you to look for ways in which you can continue earning. Use the previous experience that you have. So before I go to the next entrepreneur, can we just share maybe other examples of famous entrepreneurs that we know in Uganda? Do you have an idea? Daniel, do you know any? Think about someone who has started something. There near your home, there is a gate there. Someone did something. I want to talk about that person. Yes. Okay.
I know of Patrick Bichature.
What does he do? Maybe it is helpful. Just give us a
He's the founder of Simba Telecom. The cell phones. Remember, they started with Nokia phones. Now they do all other phones. Then there is Amos Wekesa of Great Lake Safaris.
Okay.
If you're interested in tourism, of course, he's the #1 guy.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, I've seen that guy. Oh, on social media. I've seen him write a lot about tourism and telling you, please come, go do this. Look at how beautiful Uganda is.
He's so passionate about tourism.
Yes. So thank you for sharing, Derek. Any other person online? We're sharing examples of entrepreneurs that we have in Uganda. Someone in the house, if you have an idea, you can share. Look at people who have started up something new within your environment, as small as probably a coffee shop, as small as a soft drinks company. Pardon? Okay, come and speak to us here. Come. Please. Okay, so Uncle Dan from this end is sharing, and then he's saying welding station. Dan, come and give us a picture of where it is and what they're doing.
There is a man, his name is called Okidi Martin. The other side, he had started slowly with using things, but now he built it in his house for welding. That is how he succeeded, and I know him as a famous person, a famous entrepreneur at our area.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Uncle Dan, for sharing that.
I think we missed him. There was a network. I don't know. The people, can someone confirm from online?
Okay, online, is everything moving on okay? We had a network glitch. Did you miss out anything? Jenny, Juliet, or Tim, can someone confirm?
No, I'm okay.
We are fine.
Okay. Oh, great. So someone has shared about, you said welding? Welding? The name again is welding? Workshop? Welding station. Someone started a welding station, and then it is working out. It started small, but now he's in position he built a house out of that, and now he has a station where he's supporting people or doing a welding business. Thank you. Someone from the online team? Entrepreneurs in Uganda? Anyone willing to share? Derek? Okay.
Yes, I went to Enterprise Uganda and I met a guy, but I've forgotten his name. This guy was very interesting. He started 28 salons.
28?
28
28 what?
salons for men.
Wow. Wow. That is really someone to pick up and live from. Yes, come. Is that Miriam? Yeah. I remember the name. Yes, it is really inspiring to hear someone start 28 salons, male salons. That is something we can pick up on people. Yes, Miriam?
Yeah, no, a guy who has become so very successful in life, and he's still one of the biggest schools in Senegal. So those who come from East, it's called Sunrise. So this gentleman began by felling firewood. So it would cut into a bunch. He writes a price code, sort it down, and sells. When he gains some money out of it, he eventually started selling chicken. Every Wednesday in the market, he buys chicken, sells, buys chicken, sells. He didn't stop there. As the business grew on, he started acquiring land, he developed skills of performing land, and getting some colleagues to teach, like in a house like this, children. Mm-hmm. So parents started giving them money to employ other teachers and a mango tree. Now today, this school is one of the biggest.
Okay. Wow, that's so inspirational. People online, I don't know, yeah, they are saying the voice was very low, but I'm very happy to echo what she said. Say there's a man in Serere who used to ferry charcoal from Serere town to Soroti. He started very small, just with one bag of charcoal, but he went on making it bigger and bigger, expanding it to an extent of getting into chicken business. He also used, like, every Wednesday, take it to the market and sell. It grew even bigger, and then he started training young people within his home, probably, but she's mentioned under a mango tree. And so it also went on growing, and now he has one of the most famous schools in the area. So yes, just like we said, under the types of entrepreneurship, there is a small scale entrepreneur, and then there is also a scalable entrepreneur. Start small and then grow bigger. Yeah, so that is really very inspirational. Thank you, Miriam, for sharing on that. I see a hands up. That is Immaculate. Go on and share. Immaculate, are you able to unmute and speak? Okay, let's give Immaculate a few minutes to come on. And so, still going back to my presentation, another person that I picked up, and still why I picked up these people is because okay, so going to the next, I picked out people who are young and we can relate to. I know there are those big ones out there, but we may say, those ones had money and that is why they managed. But let's look at people who really started very small. So we have another very interesting gentleman here. He is called Steven. Yeah. So Steven says that start with what you have. What does he mean? He means that depending on your reach, do not aim at starting a business of 100 million, and yet you cannot even get 100,000 for the beginning. Yeah, look at that as your vision, but start with what you have at hand. So for him, he says, start with what you have, is what Stephen would also recommend to other young people who are trying to become independent. Okay, so for him, what did he have at that particular time? He had land that had clay. And then what he also needed was just water and labor to make the bricks out of them. So He has quite a lot of things that I can pick up from him. Yeah. Look at where you are. You are at home, and then at home there is land that is just there, redundant. How can you use it? Can you start urban farming? Can you start beekeeping? Can you start burning bricks? Look out for something that is inspirational. So down here, I go on to share about the like different other people who have been in business. So there is Sudhir, we know him very openly or a lot. We know, these are Arabic names and very hard for me. But yeah, the owner of Mukwano. We have Godwin Wavamuno that we relate to very easily. You remember WBS those days? Who didn't know WBS? Okay. It was one of the first TVs out there. We're saying he's having a car bond, he's having the waters, he's into quite a lot of things. What we see are the few, but what is happening in background is a lot. So it is very key to just pick up from them. On the international scene, we shall see that there are also other people we can think about. So can we share also internationally what entrepreneurs probably we know about or who inspire us? Yes, someone has an answer in the house here. Kindly speak it up so we are able to pick it. Someone said an answer. Please share your answer. Speak louder so that people are able to come closer.
Mostly known entrepreneur I desire and I want to be like him was Bill Gates. When I heard of Bill Gates' story, how he started, I was interested in Bill Gates' story. So my friend Shama told me that Bill Gates started like while he was fetching water and saving that money. Then he was after the week ending, he used to get that money and take some money in church and save some and started some businesses that Shama didn't tell me about other businesses. So that's it.
Okay, yes, people online. Someone has shared about Bill Gates, how he started small, very small, and then he's now one of the most renowned entrepreneurs that we have worldwide. Okay, so what I'm going to encourage everyone is identify one person. Identify either it can be an entrepreneur, it can be a mentor, it can be let it be someone that you're looking up to, someone you respect, someone you would want to be in his shoes. Okay, go and research about that person. Read about how they started. The more you know about them, the more inspiring it becomes. Okay, learn about them. Get to know the steps that they took to probably achieve their businesses, and then see how you can put it into your real life experience. So, yeah, Bill Gates is one of the greatest examples that we can have. So I will encourage everyone, if you're interested in knowing his story, please go and make a bit of research. I think I had him also among the list of the people that had noted down as one of the international and inspiring entrepreneurs. Thank you for sharing. Someone online, let me minimize my screen so I'm able to see people raise their hands. Okay, let me have the next person share. Yes, Derek?
I think the person who inspired me right now, the hottest entrepreneur now is Elon Musk.
Tell us about Elon Musk.
Yeah, if you know Tesla, he's now into space business. I think even Jeff Bezos is now into space business. These two guys are really inspiring right now.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Guys, go and look out for stories about Elon Musk. I have read a few things about him. There's a time I was doing some research and some of the options I was given about people who inspire me, where he was one of them. And so I just picked out interest in getting to know more about him. And yes, he's very inspiring, starting from the time he started up to the journey that he's taking on now. You really learn a lot from that. Emma, I saw your hand up. You can go on and share. Okay, let's move on. In the house, do you have any other person who you can say is an entrepreneur that is inspiring and you can speak about? People online, you're so quiet. What is happening? The morning session, you were on fire.
Maybe.
Yes, Joel.
Okay. Just I was looking up Elon Musk. Maybe just to put things into context, this is like one of the richest on earth, and his net worth is about $286 billion. Now I don't know how many times that is bigger than our GDP, because I think our GDP is about $27 billion. So you can do the math. How many $27 billion can be in 287? So is more than 10 times. Is like 10 times richer than Uganda. So you can imagine just one person. Yeah. So that is Elon Musk. And also the other. Okay, maybe go ahead.
Yeah, he's the founder of Tesla. He's a car company. His cars cannot even cross Africa because of the complexity. And recently, I read, was it last week, that Tesla is now the most valuable car company, overtaking Toyota.
Wow. Wow, guys, me, I'm getting inspired even more. Yes, I had read about him and I read for a purpose, but now I think I have a bigger purpose to even do more research and get to learn about these people. Okay, so I had just picked out a few that I can share here. I picked one. Taking a bit of time, but it's coming. Okay, the internet seems to be slow on my end. Let's just give it a few minutes to come. Okay, so here we have Jeff Bezos. Who has an idea? Yes, I know there's some information there already. Who has heard about Amazon? Who has used it or who has tried to research about it? Derek, tell us something about Amazon.
Well, I hope we all know Jumia. Jeff Bezos came up with that idea. The first.
Derek, please be audible enough. I barely hear you.
The first online shopping site was made by this guy. It's called Amazon. That's the best thing I know about him. I know he has now invested in many other things. Just like I told you before, he's now into space business also. Yeah, he has a company called I've forgotten his space company.
Okay, so Jeff Bezos. I also got interest to know about when we are having an entrepreneurship session, and so we're just talking about the great entrepreneurs that are out there. They talked about him. I went and researched about him, and yes, I had seen Amazon on those adverts just popping up on social media, on Facebook, but I not picked interest. So I went and read. Wow, Amazon is across the world. If you want something from wherever, you can order for it on Amazon. It reaches you. If it is in here, it will reach you up to this space where we are training from. Imagine, it is one of the biggest online market platform that is there. To relate it very easily, just like Derek has given us an overview, talk about Jumia that we are picking up on currently. Talk about, we have Akatale. Akatale is for fresh products, fruits and vegetables. Talk about HelloFresh. It is also for vegetables and fruits. Talk about Chikubo online. There is Kiku. There is there's this one that is in India, very famous one. Yeah, I'm forgetting about it, but yeah, those are. Yes. There's Alibaba. There's eBay. So imagine Amazon was the first, and now these ones are following. So read about his story, and he has a common quote that we know about him or that you would learn from him and say start small and grow big. Why is it important to start small? A picture that I got from starting up a business worth 8 million and then it crashed and almost remained to zero was because I started big without business experience. So I got out there and things got tight. I got to know I have to pay taxes. I have to probably have an extra person to help me in the shop. I have to make research, a lot of things which I had not considered. So when they came in, those extra expenses, I thought I would just pay rent and then sit and begin earning my money. Yeah. So it is very key for you to start small. When you start small, you get to know the dynamics. You get to learn the changes that are there, the challenges that are there. And so you build on those challenges to even grow bigger. And the more, when you start small, when you grow, you understand how you're going to manage your expenses or your finances as they also grow. So going on is Bill Gates that we talked about briefly already. So for him, he's the founder of Microsoft. Who doesn't use Microsoft for sure? Everyone almost has a Microsoft package in his or her laptop, on your phone. We have watches nowadays that use that. We have glasses, technology glasses that use his technology. Yeah. So there's quite a lot that we can learn from Bill Gates. Yeah, he's one of the richest guys that we have in the world. Yeah, and then for him, what we can take from him is be your own boss and start early as possible. Do not say that for me, I'm still a teenager, and so I'll wait not until I become 30, 40 years, that's when I'll start my business. No, just know that there are rooms for downs and falling and getting up. So the earlier you start, the earlier you'll get to know about those issues, mitigate them, and yeah, fly. Okay, so finally, is who? Yes, who knows about Mark Zuckerberg? Me, I wouldn't even call him that name, really. I would want to call him just Facebook. Yeah, Facebook. So before all this WhatsApp came in, before the Twitters, before whatever, Facebook was out there. Yeah, we got to learn about connecting with other people online through Facebook. Currently, it connects almost to all parts of the world. So he is someone that we can learn about how he started just within, was it in a garage? Who started in a garage?
Steve Jobs.
Mm-hmm.
This guy was at school.
This one was just at school in the dormitory. Yeah. So as small as that, as you're moving within actually quarters there, as you're moving within Nakawa, as you're moving within Bwegere, Ntinda, wherever you are, please do not just walk, but as you're moving, look at things and see how you can transform them into better ideas. So if I may ask, why do you think I've brought these kinds of people? Like, why should I even talk about Bill Gates? How does it concern me? Why should I talk about Mark Zuckerberg? Why should I talk about Edward, the one of Kaziri? Can someone help me, like, share probably why you think I have brought these people in our session today? Someone in the house? Do you have an idea? I think we talked about the answers already. It's just building on what we talked about. Why are we talking about these people? Yes, Derek?
These people inspire us. You know, in most cases, when you're not seeing someone do anything, yet you may think it is impossible.
Mm-hmm.
But when someone has done it, then you also get inspired and follow.
Okay. Yes, thank you. To get inspired. If you're not inspired, trust me, you'll stay in your own world and it will be okay. Yes, you'll find you'll be there in your one-roomed house, cooking, maybe using sigiri and what, and you feel, yeah, that is fine. You've made it in life. Yeah. But when you move out there and you see someone has a big oven, a gas cooker, he has a 10-roomed house with a big orchard or a garden of just fruits and flowers. You see the beauty that is there, like, oh, so I have been sleeping. There's something out there that I can embark on. Yes, Derek, would like to add?
Yeah, there's something I want to add. If you look at all these people, they are leaders, they're not followers. Like Bill Gates started something that wasn't there. This guy, Mark Zuckerberg, started Facebook when social media wasn't even there. So it's a lesson to us also. As an entrepreneur, maybe you can identify something that a problem when you come up with a solution that has never even existed. It's important we should be leaders and not just followers.
Okay. Okay. Yes. We should be leaders and just not followers. So Joel is throwing quite a good points here. People, I hope we are picking them up. Yeah. Mark Zuckerberg has. You have something to share? Okay. Briefly, Daniel is going to share with us. Daniel, come closer.
These people really show us a very good picture of how they started their business.
Okay.
They started coming from down and then they made it. That means also us. We should not actually aim at the big stuffs, and yet we can start from down and can also make it.
Okay.
They really show us a very good picture.
Okay. Yes, people online, the house is catching fire here. Do not be so quiet. Okay, so Uncle Dan is sharing with us, and he's saying, that these people give us a picture of how we can start. Yeah, we might be thinking that, oh, these guys are big, and yeah, they started big. But when you read about their stories, they really started small. They started in areas like it's a garage. Someone starting in just a dormitory. Yeah, someone on the streets trying to look for a job and then fails, and then just uses the only money that is remaining with to start up a business, which is 20,000. Yeah, I shared about people who were on the call yesterday how I started selling ice, these ordinary ice, using jolly jars of 200 shillings, and bought a candle. I think those days was 150 shillings, and then I bought caveras. They used to sell them 5 at 50 shillings. So only 1,000, and I had a business. Yeah. The advantage I had was to use the resources that are around me. And then we've seen Steven, the one who engaged on bricklaying, use the resources that he had at his disposal. That is the soil, the land, and then the clay that he had. Okay. So for us at home, we had a fridge, we had electricity. And so what did I do was just make this ice. I make for like 1,500. I sell, I get profit of 500. But by the end of the term, I have 20,000 as pocket money to go with back at school. I leave some money with mom to help them. So let's start big, as small, and then we grow big. Someone is here to share also. Come closer.
Actually, I think that you've talked about these guys to us to give us some good encouragement, to help us lift us high and get that kind of courage to start up with that small thing that we might think can't lead us anywhere. Yeah, it's mainly the way I'm getting it. It's mainly to encourage us, motivate us, and
okay. Yes, this is a great way to encourage and motivate each one of us. So yes, still me, I'll give an example of myself because I relate to myself very easily, just like I mentioned earlier on. So we've had a few trainings and challenges. I've interacted with young people, and then I've got a lot of feedback about my trainings, how I deliver them, and then how I try to communicate my message. It is inspirational for me, and it is a platform for me to even take on other opportunities. But also for them, they feel inspired. Yeah. So they're picking a leaf from me who is training them. So do not look far. Do not wait to see that international icon. Do not wait to see that international musician. Do not wait to see that businessman who is like Sudhir Pereira. Yeah, he started a lot of years ago. The factors that affected businesses at that time probably have changed now. So what I want you is look at someone within your reach. Yeah, if you feel like someone like Joel, who is now having such kind of an organization who is supporting young people, look at them as the start. Look at your neighbor who is selling sim. Yeah, Brenda shared with us that she sells sim. Get inspired by that. If Brenda can make sim and then take out and sell, now she has trained and mentored maybe 5 or 10 people. Okay, I think I can also do it. I think I can also mentor people. I can also train them. I can also start a business. Yeah. So let's not look very far. Let's look from people within our reach. Jenny, you'd like to share something?
Yeah. Okay,
Okay,
thank
go
you so
on.
much. Looking at these examples, they're really okay. The main point is they're a source of inspiration. When you read about such successful men, you see that they started from something small. Reading about them will help you to believe in yourself that if they could do it, if they could start from something small, I can also do something and be there. So they help us to believe in ourselves that we can also do it. Thank you.
Okay, yes, it can help us to believe in ourselves. Yeah, they started small, they are now very big. That means I can also start small and then become that big. Okay, so we are going to the next thing on our presentation here, and that is the journey of an entrepreneur. Why I brought this image here is just so that we can relate. This is not in entrepreneurship alone. Generally in life, we have that beautiful picture that you want at the end. So you see a rainbow and a flag at the end. Yes, that is what we are looking like. That is what most times our visions look like, our aims look like. They're that smart, that clear. Look at the rainbow, all the colors, you can see them. Look at how straight the road is. Yeah. And then the guy even has a bike that he's using for moving. So for you, imagine, oh, I'm going to start my business, and when I start, I'll have a car. With my car, I will drive to my supplier. My customers, I just supply to them and come back and produce more, and then sleep, and then wake up tomorrow, go and supply again. Like that is what we want. But is it the reality? It is not. So when look at lower here, the picture is different. Yeah, we see this guy has started. He has a bicycle. Like you've started with something already, and then you're moving. As you're going, there are valleys, and then the valleys still there are rocks, there are muds, there are sticks there. Yeah. So we're seeing him going down with his bicycle. Do you think he's still going to survive with the bicycle if he continues moving with it? He may not need a bicycle. Probably need to leave the bicycle and walk down the slope so that he's able to reach down. Or if he sits and moves with the bicycle, he's going to enter into the ridge, into the valley, and then crash. Yeah. So let's imagine he has moved with his bicycle down the valley and then he crashed. Okay. Yeah. He gets stressed. But he doesn't stop at that. He thinks, what can I do? This is not the end of my journey. So he picks one, he leaves the bicycle and crawls up the hill. Yeah. So we see he goes to the hill, but still there's some obstacles. Yeah. There's still a valley. I don't know if that is a bug that is behind him or something. Yeah, as you're moving, there are things that will want to pull you back still. So we see he tries to move, and then when he reaches at the peak of the second hill, I think it's the third one after the valley, the third hill. And so we see there is a rope that he could just use to cross over to the other side. But now he thought, what if I use the rope and then maybe it cuts? I'm thinking for him. It gets torn, it breaks, and then I fall into water. Will I be able to get up again and move? And so probably he thought that maybe I may not need that rope. So on your journey, there are things that may seem obvious, but have a second thought. Are the obvious things really the best way for me to take? Someone shared with us how they got an opportunity worth millions of shillings, but they messed it up because they did not give it a second thought. How they approached it was different. Yeah. So when you see that things look very clear, my dear, it is also good to try and look. Why is it looking that it is very smooth? If I take this road, is it really the right road? So we see him taking a cruise in a boat. So by taking a cruise, probably he's trying to avoid issues of just going straight, and then probably he falls in a ditch. So Joel, would you like to share something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope you can hear me clearly. Actually, there's a question from Walter. He has successfully set up his chapati business in his hometown, and congrats. So he would like to get some advice on how he can uh, be different and succeed in his business. So I'll just give a few tips and then I'll hand over to you. So first of all, I'd like to say you've already succeeded by first of all getting started, because it's not until you get started that you get there. So the success has just begun for you, and I would say you need to get organized. Keep every record of things from the initial, like how much money did you spend on setting up the place. You need to have records, and this is going to add more on record keeping for your business. But also, I would say you're not the only one in that business. There are so many people, of course. So you need to know who your competitors are, what they are doing, what quality of chapati they already have. If it's very hard chapati, maybe you want to try to make yours softer, you know. And what shapes do their chapatis come in? How fast are they in their service? How neat are they? In terms of branding, do they have a signpost? In terms of the housing, yeah, packaging, do they provide, like, maybe think along that line, but then see what they are doing, and then how they are doing it, and probably get a gap. It's very easy to identify a gap. They've invested in research, they've invested their money, and they think they're doing the best service. Also, get to know who their clients are, and just do some random research. Ask, how do you find those guys chapatis? I mean, even you can send your boys to actually ask how, and then you get a whole bunch of information. Others will say, it's very oily. Others will say, it's very hard. These guys take their time. These guys are dirty. All of this. Then you come up with your strategies of how to solve those. Those are actually the gaps. Do your research, and then the other thing I would also say is you need to stay focused on this. Don't start this one stall and then the next day you want to also start selling kids' clothes. Another day you want to go into farming. Then you want to go in the morning and do farming. Then you come back, do chapati in the afternoon. I would say this is something which is germinating, so you need to give it like your entire attention and time and everything. Stay focused and be as creative as possible. If other people are not doing something, try it out. People are not putting onions in their chapatis. Try it out. People are not, some ingredients are missing. Try it out. Maybe the shaping, even you could do, and then now the very important thing is your marketing. So if you know who your clients are, even you could have people who go to offices. Please go to them and say, how best can I serve you? Can I bring my chapati over to you? Can you just give me a phone call and then I make for you the chapati? You know. I hope we are still online. Let me see. Yeah. So if you're still here, hearing me, try to do robust marketing. And like I also mentioned earlier, there is no way you can run away from technology. You need to get on Facebook, set up a page. You need to go on Instagram, take nice pictures of your chapati, and you post there. Your contact on every post that you make. I mean, we can also support you in. Actually, we have a session coming up on like how you can position your business, how you can brand your business, how you can market your business, but also make the best use of, because now I see you're using big blue button, so that means you have access to the internet. Try to get there. And also the other thing which we were going to show you guys in the ICT training, probably you missed out, is put your business on Google. Please reach out to us if you need support with this. It's free. We can guide you on your phone. Put your chapati business on Google. Let somebody, if they come to your hometown and they are just trying to look for a chapati business, you'll be the first one to pop up. So have some sort of online presence, but also offline presence. Be visible, and if you could also just be very neat. The others are dirty guys. You could do, you know what chefs normally wear, those white stuff. Just get one of those, and
The apron.
yeah, just the apron and cover your head. People will always want. For me, I eat chapati every day. I like chapatis that are soft. So if I were to be your customer, of course, you would have to make for me soft chapati. I don't like very oily chapati, and also I like onions. Other people would like extra salt. Now, also in that chapati business, you could think about the chikomando, of course. Now in the chikomando, actually everyone who does chapati is doing chikomando. Now, how can you make your chikomando stand out? You know, I can tell you a story of some guy who does chikomando in the Kololo area, where our office is, where I work. So Kololo is a very expensive area, as you can imagine. But also we have the border borders. We have everyone in Kololo, people who would have lunch for 1,500 or 2,000. So people would have to walk all the way to Kamboja. So someone started a chikomando business. And what he did was he brought ladies who could cook the beans very, very nicely, you know, very nicely. And then you are going to enjoy it. Like, we would buy the chikumando, we take it to our office, and no one would really complain you're eating chikumando. Like, I've spent 2,000, and somebody else is eating a meal of 15,000, but there's really no difference. And you can even get some greens, you know, if people like some greens, just a bit, you know, some avocado, just, you know, just a piece, you know, and someone will be like, wow, this is awesome. But you need to look at your resources as of now. You don't have to think so big, you know, you want to brand. If you don't have the money, there are those little things that you can do. Even just the mere talking to people, you know, just be nice to them, have your record, send them a text. Hey, I've started. How can I serve you today? You know, just make some random phone calls, have the records. Lately, I can tell you, I have a client that I serve. I'm not a business professional, but I've failed several times in business, so I can tell you my experience. There's a client I serve in IT related stuff. So lately, she was like, you know, every client who comes to me just stays. I say, look, do not assume. How many clients have come to you since you started? She has no records. I said, the one thing you can do is, first of all, to create a database for your clients. And you don't have to wait for your clients to call. You know, after your service, you call. How did you like our service? I mean, and how better could I have served you? Because he does a lab business. He does testing people. You know, like, they have clients, of course, they have clients. But do not be comfortable. And like I said, some people will only wait to see just one tiny mistake that you make, and they'll make it their business, you know, and they will come and they will kick you out. So you shouldn't really be comfortable, and you need to always be thinking ahead and just keep the clients, you know, as it goes. The client is always the king, so let them retain their king status and never tamper with us. And it's just make them like the biggest bosses around, you know. That's my humble advice for Walter, and now I hand over to Cecil.
Okay, thank you, Joel, for such an insightful contribution. Walter, what I can add is also learn from your competitors. You see, these companies, MTN, Airtel, Simba Telecom, wherever, these telephone companies. Okay, Vivian, we hope your network will get better. Yes, these people learn from each other. Like, directly, don't go and tell MTN that, yes, I want to learn from you, please teach me. Yeah, you go indirectly, just like Joel has shared. Joel has shared. He says, send out some people there just to find out how best your competitors are, identify their weaknesses, and then embark on that. There's one very common chapati stall in Wandegea. People come from places, just park there, and then eat Chikomando from there. The picture we have of Chikomando stalls are just an umbrella and a table, and then you're making whatever you're making, people come and go. How can you make this different? When you see them, it is not a big shop, it is just a small container, but they've branded it, that is one. And then two, it looks executive, corporate. So even someone comes with his car parked there and comes and eats. Thirdly, add more ingredients, just like Joel shared here. So for me, I have eaten some, I should call it also chapati, but normally they call it a yuga roll. But in actual sense, it is a Rolex that you eat. But how different are they? Is it? The yuga roll, it has some meat in it. It has some vegetables like lettuce. It has the tomato sauce. It has eggs, like all that in just one single chapati. And one is 10,000. Yeah, I'm buying it from there. And we normally buy it somewhere in Tinda here, and then they send it to us at a fee of maybe 1,500 or 2,000. So that's me spending 12,000 on eating something that is seemingly the same as a Rolex, but in an improved way. So what am I trying to say? Yes, everyone is making the Rolex chapati of an egg, maybe cabbages, and then tomatoes. How can you make it different? Yeah. Chicken is everywhere now. How can you buy just a piece of chicken and try it out with your customers and see if they would like it? Yeah. Go on YouTube and read about it. I went at home. If someone follows me on Facebook, probably may have seen my post on that. So after me eating their Uganda, I said, oh, this thing is nice, but it's expensive. How can I get it? So I went on YouTube, researched about the Yuga roll, and saw how I can make it on my own. But I also use my common sense. I say, okay, there is meat, there are eggs, there is tomato sauce, there is this. Okay, how about if I mix it and make something that is unique on my own? So yes, do research, utilize the social media, the media to make research, so utilize the YouTube videos to watch and see what is there, and then see how you can replicate it to fit within your context. So really, this was very amazing. Joel, thank you for sharing. I see he has a comment here and he's saying, just like Safe Border came, they saw how disorganized the border industry is, and yet nearly every Ugandan uses a border at least once a month. This organized the guys, and now they are serving us. No one would have thought of this. So yes, look at what is existing, identify a gap, and then embark on it. So unless you have someone who'd like to add on what the question that Walter has shared. Okay.
1 second. The other one line which I forgot to mention was that everyone has to be enterprising, like businesses for us all. Whether you are earning so much, you just have to get into business, because it is proven that salaries will not, they're not sustainable, and they will go at some point. And money for, even if you have the most money on earth, like if you keep picking it every day, it will get finished. So you just need to find a way of replenishing your money, and that's only through business. Just this morning, a friend of mine who drives a really expensive car, I was actually surprised. Actually, in this training, and then she came to that, I'm selling shoes. I said, where are the shoes? Where is your shop? That's what came into my mind. And then she was like, and she just opened the boot. Then I saw a big box, a big box with kids' shoes. As I said, I drive to work, but I don't want to pick my salary to put fuel in my car. It is a borrowed car. And then I'm like, wow. So business is for everyone, and you just have to think of, how to be enterprising and how to be creative, and just think small. Whether you don't have the money to rent a premise, now with e-marketing, with the social network that you have, you can even do business from your bedroom. You can buy stuff, keep in your bedroom, and when people ask for it, you take it. Like for her, she is going to work, she has the shoes there in her car. So she has it. Whether she's driving to eat, the shoes are there. So that's just the one which I wanted to add. Thanks.
Okay, yes, and this brings me also to the point of confidence in your product. We talked about it on the qualities of a good entrepreneur. So if she had kept quiet about her shoes, Joel would not have known that she's doing this business. So whichever business it is, if you're making daddies, so if I'm to relate to that, if you're always going to work every day, and yes, you go and then you end up buying a sumbusa, a chindazi, or whatever from the shop within your workplace, and you see that every employee does that. What different thing can you do? Make those daddies during the weekend, have them packed and stocked well. Every Monday when you're going to work, every day, just carry it in your bag. No one is going to check in your bag and say, why are you carrying daddies? Yeah, when you meet Cecilia on the way, be like, oh, I sell this. Maybe your children might like it. Then I say, oh, give me some. Let me take two for a trial. Are you making peanuts? This frying normal peanuts with salt and what? Get 1 kilo, have it in your bag. Trust me, more than research has it that more than at least 75 of the people buy products from the people that they know, from the referrals. So it is very hard for me to just wake up and be like, oh, let me go and research for people who have shoes. Like, it is something that is coming up now, but most times I'll be like, oh, Joel used to sell shoes. Probably he can direct me to someone who has shoes. So create your own network. And yeah, with your confidence, you can do that. So we're still continuing with our journey of entrepreneurship, and we had reached at the point where our entrepreneur has reached. There's still obstacles on his journey, but now he thought of a number of ways in which he could maneuver these challenges. And one of the ways was not to use the direct rope that would take him fly from one hill to another, but go maybe take a longer route, which involves going through the water to get to his destination. And then whenever I see at the end of every hill, there is a flag. What does it mean? That is an achievement. Yeah, celebrate it. So you shouldn't wait for the last bit of your business to really celebrate. If you celebrate every step, that is the motivation. Yeah. So when you're starting up a business and you just reach a point of an idea being clear, like extremely clear from all the ideas that you had, celebrate that, just getting a clear idea, and then go on to now executing it. When it is working out, celebrate it. This is just to motivate you to go to the next level. And then we see him. It is also still at the top of the hill, but not very bad. And then things seem like very clear. You see the sky is clear, no clouds, which means things are very well. Again, he gets a valley and then he drops down. In the valley, we see there is rain, so there's a lot that happens in the valley there. But we see there's a ladder that leads him to his destination. So generally in life, leave alone entrepreneurship. Let it be in education. Let it be in your career. Let it be on job. Let it be in family, with friends. We shall go through such kind of a terrain, a rugged terrain. You go to a hill and then the valley, and then you go to the lakes and rivers, and then back to the hills. But what matters is we're getting to our destination. And then after we reach our destination, yes, we need to celebrate, but also we have to make sure that we don't stop at that, but even get to better avenues. So I'll go on to the next slide. Okay, the presentation is coming. It's taking long. Okay. Yeah, so we go on to now. That is what I was trying to explain generally, the journey of an entrepreneur. So we see a young baby seated there. She is in a box. Probably let's hope that that is our thinking position, our idea generation position. You might be out there either in the house here or online, but yeah, there are times when you just need to sit and think, have ideas. I am a musician, but how can I make this better? Yeah. I am an IT expert. How can I make my services different? I make chapatis. How can I make this different? Have those times when you're just memorizing or you're thinking about what is happening. And then the next stage where I call these the setting icons. I don't know how it is technically called, but I see two gadgets trying to get to each other, which means probably we're trying to put all the ideas that we've come up with together. So we're trying to build on the idea that we have generated. And then we go to the next step. We're seeing a lamp with light. Light shows that things are getting better, shows that probably you have gone to its given stage. Probably it shows that you have the idea and then you are kicking off or setting off on it. And then the next one is, how they call that game? Dart. It is called Dart, right? Yeah, that game. So we see that there is, I don't know if it is called an arrow, the small tools they use for playing. We see it is at the center. which means at this point, you're done identifying your idea, and then now you're comfortable, you know that, yes, this is what I'm going to do. And so I am on for the journey. And then you see, you're setting off. So that is generally the journey. But yeah, just like we see here, it is very smooth. But have the picture of the previous one that we had. This is how it will look like for you to get to your destination. And so just to explain it here, take time to think and plan. We've talked about it. That is the bit where the girl is. And then bootstrap. So that is where you are trying now to set things together, put everything together. It is one of the hardest stages in the journey. So you're trying to identify which resources I'm going to have. Probably you're even doing this business in your garage, in your car, in the bedroom. So you're trying to see that you put things together. You're trying to identify your customers, trying to identify your market, trying to put things together. Yeah. At this point, you don't have an office. You don't have probably the money to set up something big, but you have something small that is setting up somewhere. And then survive the dark days. So the dark days are those days when probably you have the stock or whatever, but you don't have any cash. For people who are in IT, probably you've set up the software, you've set up everything, but probably you need money to launch it, to put it somewhere. Yeah, it is not there. So there are those days when you even sleep hungry. Entrepreneurs just know this. The days when you will sleep hungry. The days when you will try to reach out to friends, to society, to whoever, and then they will chase you. They'll tell you, no, that idea is not going to work. Please don't even look at it. So those are called the survive. The dark days. So you have to make sure that you survive them, and then find the product market fit. So you have your product, you have it at hand. What next? Look out for people who are going to take it. Speak to them. Do research. Have surveys. Ask them questions. Yeah. So if at all I also wanted to start, say, a border association or a border umbrella, the same as Safe Border. What I would do is go to these Safe Border guys. Yeah, talk to these guys. They have a lot of information. Ask them, are you guys happy? Me, I used to get this information, but that's why when I was doing a research with a company called, is it Dial a Car? Yes, I was doing a proposal for them called Dial a Car. So they wanted to bring out something that is similar to what Safe Border is doing, and so we had to know the challenges that these people were facing. When you look from the open air, you see that everything is fine. But the reality, these guys are not happy because of the pay they are getting, because of the discounts that are given to clients, and they're not given as riders. Yeah, so they have issues. So we looked at those, and we thought there were ways in which we could, if we came in, we would address those issues. And then customer love. That's when you identify what your customers really want, and then you'd want to pick up on that. Raise money. Yeah, we know entrepreneurs, most times you have the idea, it is very beautiful, but there's no money to start it up. We saw one of the entrepreneurs sell his own laptop to make sure that he gets what he's looking for. Yeah. So entrepreneurs, I'm not saying that go and sell your father's land. I'm not saying that go and sell whatever, your house or whatever you have. But yeah, look at all that you have and say, if I sacrificed this, even if I lost it, how much impact will it have on me? Yeah. So weigh that one and know that I have 5 trousers. If I sell 2 and get 20,000, I can use it. Yeah. But don't sell all your trousers and then put this money in business and then lose it all and then begin moving naked. That is not viable. Yeah. Look at how you can raise money. So yes, if before I go to the next thing, I don't want to talk a lot. People will doze off. I just want us to share different ways in which we can raise money. So I'm going to minimize my screen so I can hear from people online and also people that we have physically here. What are the different ways in which we can raise money as entrepreneurs? Anyone with an idea in the house or online? Yes, just come closer here so that the sound is good. Just introduce yourself briefly.
Yes, I'm Julia. I think looking for jobs, because jobs are out there. You can look for some
some chichuba, that is Juakali job. At the end of it all, you're getting something for yourself.
Okay. Yes, that's interesting. You have your idea and you don't have a way in which you can get money. Think. Yeah. So he has just shared with us, Julio has shared with us and saying, first go, if you know that your idea is very good but you don't have money, go and do some work. May not be a professional work or whatever, but could be as casual as maybe carrying cement and one. For you, your aim is to get money and then build up on your business. I personally, I thought I would be an entrepreneur only and then ignore my education. But I reached a point when I needed more money in business. And yes, I had nowhere to get it from. So I went back into employment. Someone shared with us sometime and said that employment is just not for you to go and earn that money, but also to get experience. The experience to manage other people, the experience to manage a team, the experience to know how to run your business. So as you are working, as you're carrying your cement, you're seeing how you're working with other people as a team. You're learning. Yeah? You're getting money that you're using, that you're going to save and put into your business. So thank you for sharing. I see a guest, someone online saying applying for grants. Yes, this is very helpful. Understand your business and then get where the impact is. Because in these grants, normally they're looking at impact. So understand your business, know the impact, and then you can apply for these grants. Okay, Derek would like to share.
I think another effective way of raising money is selling off some of your assets that you may not need immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Like an example that gave us the laptop.
Okay.
I can decide to sell my TV because I may not even be watching it all the time.
Okay. So yes, this is generally for people who are just starting business or people who are already in business. We have assets that are redundant. If I need a house, I have like 5 tables. I don't know what I use them for, but yeah, just put things on top of them. But in case I lack money, I need like 50K to boost my business. Let the 50K not be to go and take one for the road, which is good. One for the road is not bad, but yeah, let's invest this money in something that is productive. Okay. Okay, one for the road for people who sip some beer a bit after work. So one for the road, why good it is, where it becomes good is after the hustle, after you have worked. You see, okay, I've made my 10,000, but let me pick 2,000 and take something as I go back home. Yeah, so that's what they call one for the road. Okay. Yeah, so it is very key. You can look at the redundant assets and look at how you can sell them off. So I see the chat is catching up. What I saying, me, I applied for a business loan from the nearest financial institution. Business loans are very good, but also be so keen on the interests, yeah, and then the payback period. Okay, if you're going for a business loan that is telling you you're getting it today and then next week this money should be back, my friend, if you're not sure that this money is going to be back by then, please do not go for it. Look out for a loan that has a longer payback period. Probably if they give you, invest, pay us back in 2 months, in 3 months, in 5 months. That is good. And then also the interest, if it is more than 15% interest rate and you're just starting, I would encourage you not to take up that loan. Take a loan that is as low as 8%. Say if you take around 10,000, 8% would be you bring back 10 plus 800 shillings. Yeah, 10% would be 800 shillings. So by the end of maybe 1 month, you take 10% or 5% of that. That is interesting. So, you'll go on.
I think getting a loan should be the last option. You should first explore all these other options, like getting a job, selling off assets. A loan should be the very last when you have no other way, because it's quite risky. And talking about interest, you should look at your profit margin. Your profit margin is probably 20%. Why would you go for a loan of 25%? Then you will make a total loss. You will not get anything.
Okay, I think we shall have a session to just talk about financing, business financing. But I love what Derek has shared, and he says when you're starting a business, the loan should be one of the last things you should think about, always in which you can get money. I would have shared other ways in which you get money, but this is the exercise that we are having. So it is encouraged that when you're starting up a business, like for the loan should be to boost the business that is already operational, you know, or you understand the patterns and the trends. And so you know that in the next 3 months, I'll be able to pay this money. But if you're just starting with all the uncertainties, please, you are not encouraged, unless it is a must, but you're not encouraged really to take off that. Julio had something to say, and then Derek will share.
Yes, the other thing I wanted to put across about 3 things. First and foremost, we should develop a saving culture from those little money that we're getting. I mean, could be the girls. This is to you, because I know you're good at asking some money from us, but you can save. Huh? You can save out of that. It is my opinion. Anyway. It is my opinion. Yeah, I'm like you can save that money. The students, I know pocket money is always there. You can save from that pocket money and develop that culture of saving. At the end of it all, you're hitting your target. And the other thing, I think I'll just first think about it. There were 3, but
Okay, thank you, Julio, for sharing. I'm liking the way the fire is catching both in the house and online. People online there, we don't want to leave you behind. We want to have you as engaged as possible. So if you have anything to share, please use the chat or just raise up your hand. We shall identify you. Derek had something to say, and then we shall have Miriam.
Yeah, I had something to add on the idea of loans again. Most financial institutions are not willing to give loans to startups. So it's just for boosting your business. You have to first present your business, the profitability. I'm not actually against loans, they are good, but when you're getting them, you should be very careful. Mm-hmm. And then on the idea of saving, I think it's a very good idea. I think even me, I should learn. There's a time when I used to buy newspapers on a daily basis, 2,000 shillings per day. Then I thought to myself, what if I stopped buying this and save this money, 2,000 per day? In a year, I would be having over 700,000, which is actually very, very good for someone who is starting up. I think I've also learned on that idea of saving.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, Miriam?
Yeah, I'm very happy. My point was of saving. Then I had another point here, fundraising. Now I'm asking, is it fine if I want to start a business or I have a business idea with a colleague or 1, 2, 3 people? Yeah? Is it fine to fundraise all money collecting? Then we start a business. But then sharing the profits and managing the business. How would it be? The fundraise within us. No. Not from you guys, but from us. But now, the 3 of us were already involved. How to share the profit? Not even like I have an idea, then I sell to Mr. Shana, then they buy. It's okay, we bring this percentage, this and this. That's already fundraising, not so. Now the problem comes. When the business starts, there's someone who is active, there's someone who is lesser active. How are you going to handle in profit sharing? That's okay.
Did you come here?
Yes, the simple way would be make it Nigina style. Let this week we collect for you, then the other coming week we collect for somebody.
Okay. People online, there's a burning question here. There's a burning question, and then it says, I have a business idea. it is very good. I don't have the finances to start it, to set it off. So I go and share with a friend or two who also pick interest. So imagine we are 3 friends, and then after the 3 friends, we start up this business. But generally, there's that active friend who is always running the business, making sure everything is moving on well. Probably she even doesn't have a lot of money that she has put in. And then there's that friend who has money. What she'll get 100,000 or whatever and put there and relax. Whatever happens to the money, she doesn't want to know. What she wants is the returns at the end. And then we have another one who is there, doesn't have money and is not active. So how would you share profits? I see Vivian has a hand up. Vivian, share. Go on.
Thank you for the program. Actually, for me on my side, what I think is let the person endure for some specific period of time. If it is within, you can give it maximum like maybe 3 or 6 months. If you can easily catch up within the 3 months and you think you have gotten enough capital, then you can divide and then start up your own business from there. Then you leave them to continue with theirs. If you feel you're uncomfortable with them, but you endure first, the first place, endure with them, you work, meanwhile saving your own little capital, your own little profit. You save it. Once the time clocks, then you can departure from them and then do your own, start up your own. I think that one will work. That one will do best. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Vivian. Shoma, you'd like to share?
Yes, my name is Shama, and I would love to share the light concerning Mr. Julius's opinion and suggestion when he says the Chivina style. What if the business makes much more returns this week and next week it is a down slope? What happens to the person receiving on the next week? So my only suggestion is we stick to the percentage, the cuts we receive. If we say maybe 30, 30, 30, let's stick to 30, 30, 30. I think that makes sense.
What is the Chivina?
The Chivina is more like a group, but we have, when you have a certain way you portion your shares, I think like the profits, the gains you get from every sales, something of that sort.
For me, I like the idea of coming together to start a business, because in entrepreneurship they say 1 + 1 = 3, not 2. So the more you are, the more profits you get. But now on the side of disagreements, I think it's you can sort it out when starting. You should know the person you want to start a business with. Do you share the same vision? Do you have the same ideas? Before starting, first study each other. Yes.
Okay, there is Jenny online, please. Jenny, you can unmute and talk. Otherwise, there is someone here.
Oh, thank you so much. Sorry, I had forgotten to unmute my microphone. But anyhow, I would love to agree with Derek. He mentioned something. Before starting a business, you have to sit down with the persons with whom you'd like to have the shares within that business, agree on how you're going to share the profits and how you are going to run the business. Because I remember when I was at campus, 3 of us, i.e. me and another friend of mine, we decided to sell chocolates at campus. Yes, we wanted to raise some money for transport and upkeep at school. So we decided that each of us would bring equal amount of money, like shares. We decided that we would all bring 5K because we started with 1 box of chocolate. That was 15,000. So we all brought equal shares, and at the end of it all, we would share equal profits. But if you feel you have challenges with your colleagues that you're working with, the reason as to why we have communication, you have to sit down and iron out the issues, because you will definitely find a challenge in sharing profits with people that are lazy, yet you work harder more than them. So it's important. Don't just jump into a business with someone you know will not be committed. Thank you. Be wise.
Okay, thank you, Jenny. We have someone in the house who wants to
I
share.
have a question. Then if that's the issue, should it be that if we are in a saving group, let's say that, and it's we are supposed to borrow because money, I mean, increases or grows when people borrow and bring back with interest. If I am in a saving group and I don't feel like borrowing, so does it mean that if distributing the profits, I shouldn't be part of it? Thank you.
Okay. Wow, this is getting more interesting. Joel, when are we having another session on entrepreneurship? This is getting nice.
Tomorrow, but there is a hand up.
Okay. Okay, there's a hand up. Malingat, Mary.
All right, thank you so much. I hope my network is clear. Hi, everyone. I think from morning I haven't said a word, but I've been following the entire conversation. I just want to respond to the last speaker who said she's in a saving groups and she doesn't feel like borrowing money. I'm actually an expert on those savings group training, the saving groups, and how how the money is distributed. Initially, when you look into the issues of the money lending and the financial issue, like financial education, a person is not supposed to be forced to get money, like to borrow money, unless she has something to use for it. Meaning you cannot make me to borrow money when I don't have maybe an investment to put that money into. So, but you feel the challenges will come in when the group members will agree, because by the time you start saving, you'd have come up with your constitution and the bylaws that are going to govern the group. But at the end of the day, people will agree as a group saying, okay, for everybody to benefit at the end of the day, you must borrow a certain amount of money. And all the members will consent to it and they will all sign. So the challenge will come for you, yes, by the financial laws, you're not supposed to be forced to borrow money unless you want it. But now the group members will say everybody should borrow. So at the end of the day, if you don't borrow the money, when they are going to distribute the profits, remember some people are borrowing and they are growing up, their interests are growing. So you find that when you get some group members who are so much, like the wiser cannot, and they feel like they know more about the issues of the money. At the end of the day, you may not be able to earn the same profits like the person who has borrowed the money. I want to give an example. Currently, I'm serving in a number of groups for almost like 5 groups, but each group has its own rules, and the rules are: if you're serving 5 names in that one VSLA, meaning they have set a standard. If you don't borrow 50,000 above, you'll be forced to take a profit of 50,000. So for you, initially, you say, why would I take a profit of 50,000 if I have not used the money? So the best you do is just to borrow the money so that you use the money and take back the profit. But if you don't borrow the money, the group members will not allow you to earn the same profit and yes, you may get the money, you may get some profit, but your profits may not be equal to the other ones who have borrowed the money. And also, when it comes to dividing the money, the amount of profit you're supposed to get at the end of the day must be, maybe it will come as a result of the amount of money that people have saved in the group. That is according to the financial rules and the financial rules guidelines. That the amount of money a person is going to get at the end of the year is as a result of the amount of money that people saved. I don't know if you're getting the point. But because of the rules that people also, because of the bylaws that people, because of their own constitutions, they will put rules there that may contradict to the financial rules and the financial guidelines. So that is what I can respond to the previous speaker. Thank you so much.
Wow, I'm happy to hear that in the house we have a finance expert in relation to borrowing, in relation to savings. And so I will reach out to you because we have quite a few saving groups that I'm also in and I'm taking lead. So your advice will be highly, highly appreciated. So I like what you say, that when you're joining a group, get to learn about the terms of reference or the terms of engagement. Yeah. So this doesn't only lie in regard to savings alone, but the idea that we're talking about partnership. Yeah, two business minded people, all three coming up together to set up a business. Be so clear from the beginning. Yeah. If your terms are, in case you do not borrow any money in the business, then you'll only take this percentage of the profit. I don't agree about the point of saying you do not take profits at all. Yeah, people, my money has been there. Every month I am saving. You're using this money to give loans to other people, and these people are paying interest on that money. Indirectly, my money is earning. So you shouldn't really tell me that I'm not going to get interest at all. I may not get interest as much as for those who have been borrowing at a high level, but still I am entitled to getting profits. And then also probably you can say there'll be a percentage for people, just to encourage people to borrow. You say the more you borrow, you get extra 1% on what you're supposed to be your take home. Yeah. So I know that the more I borrow, I will also get back at least 2% of what I borrowed or what I paid back as interest. So for us in our group, that is what we are using. We are saying for people to encourage people to borrow more, we just have a percentage of them from the interest that they are paying. They take 2% from it. So we give you back that one as your take home as well, to appreciate you for coming and encourage you to come for more and more loans. So in the business that you are starting, as a team, even as an individual, yeah, sit down, set down the terms of operation, the terms of reference, so that document this. Don't let it just not be verbal. People deny verbal kind of agreements. Yeah, if need be, let them all sign so that they know that this is what I am obliged, and then my colleague is obliged to this. And then also me, to my thinking, it is good to know our strengths as people. I know this could be a session that we can also talk about in future. But what is about the strength? About the strength is you just get to know who is Cecilia. Me, I talk, like I can talk. So for that reason, I will. You may say that Cecilia may not be in position. Probably she doesn't have money to really start or do this business, but we know she can go there and look for customers. So you put Cecilia in that direction. Let her go and look for customers. And then there is Juliet, who is very committed, and then would be a kind of person who is very organized. She'll be in position to keep this money well without anyone taking it. It will be wherever it is. She will not use it in any other way. And so for that reason, she'll say, okay, let her be the treasurer. Yeah. And then you identify the leader. There's this person who is here, who is there, who is there. Take lead so that you can encourage the people in your team. Like, Cecilia, what are you doing? The month is ending. What sales have you made? Juliet, how much do we have on the treasury? Can you update us? Can you make sure that everyone pays this money? Can you make sure that you go and get the debts that we have from our clients? So after identifying everyone's issue, everyone's strength, we play to your strength, and then you'll find it very, very interesting. So I see we are almost going to lunchtime. I don't know if we have another break, but let me know. Oh, okay. Let me see. Let me see what we had next, and then probably if it is something different. Oh, why entrepreneurship is important. Yes. So I know the conversation is going to get even more heated, but let people go and take some water. I'm also getting dehydrated because of talking. I need to take some water. And so after this, we come back in the afternoon. This is going to get even more interactive because you're going to have group sessions. Yeah. And then Joel, a challenge is normally to encourage people. Yeah. To encourage people, we normally have some sweets and what. So yes, I think in the next training, either tomorrow, I should carry some packets of sweets. People are online. I don't know if I'll take photos and send to you. But I shall have photos, sweets in the house here, and probably we can think about how we can reward people online as well, so that we can encourage them to participate. It is.
You can send them airtime, like participation, something like that.
Okay, so at the end of the day, we can identify who was the most active, and then you get your airtime. Even if it is for 1,000, those are some good MBs to take you for a few hours. Okay. Yeah. So interesting.
And
so,
Jenny's hand is up.
Oh, Jenny's hand is up. Let's get some questions, need for clarity, and then we can go for break.
Jenny, I think she's playing with that.
Jenny, are you on unmute? You may be on mute and you're speaking. We can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I wanted to, okay, let me start by saying that different groups have different roles and rules and regulations that govern their savings. Now, the savings that I'm engaged in, a person is not supposed to borrow more than what they have in the account, because usually people borrow and then at the end of it all, they fail to pay. And then the group is supposed to like collect money to cover up for that person's money. So I see it not wise for someone to benefit from the profit, yet you've not multiplied your money. So if you want to multiply your money, you have to borrow. You should have a target and know the reason as to why you're saving. You may want to save because you want to raise a certain amount of money, probably to start up something. I assure you, your money will not multiply if you don't borrow. So I don't think you'll be entitled to any profit if you do not borrow, because profit will come from interest that will come out of the money you're borrowing. Yeah, thank you.
But then, Jenny, it is not just a matter of thoughts. Like you need to make it clear in the initial, like when people are setting up the group, you say you must borrow or you mustn't borrow, so that when someone is joining the group, they know this is what they have to do, and this is what they will expect when they do something, right?
Yeah.
Know. Okay.
So borrowing is not a. Sorry?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that borrowing is a must. It is not a must. But if you want to multiply your money, you have to borrow. If you don't borrow, that means you shouldn't be like expecting anything like interest. How will you benefit from the interest if you have not borrowed? Seriously.
Yeah. So what I mean is, if that is the condition, it's absolutely fine. Like you can say you must borrow, but then let the people know when the group is being started that you must borrow. And then you don't have to wait until it's time for sharing and then you say, because you didn't borrow, so you're not going to get anything. Because now somebody is going to be like, but why would I borrow? Some people are not really good with business, you understand? So that's why you need to align everyone's mission. Why are they joining this group? Is it to make profits? How are we going to make the profits? If we're going to make the profits from lending out our money, then the person who is going to join has to be able to borrow. You understand? They must borrow. So just so you're on the safer side, you spell out all of these terms and conditions in the documents, in the constitution and everything, so that you guys can all move, together. And somebody also in the chat was raising that some leaders of the group are not trusted. They have two hearts. Yeah, again, look for the right partner. You understand? Look for the right partner, and you guys don't just have to talk verbally. You need to make things in black and white. You understand? And the constitution is what should guide the group. You don't just rule the group because you think. I think you have to borrow, because if you don't borrow, how do you make the money? No, it's not a matter of thought. It's a matter of putting things clear, and it's also a matter of freedom. Somebody will choose whether or not they want to join the group or not. I still see Mary's hand is up. Mary is a VSL or expert. But Mary, maybe let's take somebody here. There is someone standing just here waiting to speak, and
Jenny.
then you can come in. Yes,
Jenny. Before you say that, you have to know that the money you're giving to people to borrow and it increases, it's my money, right? So if that is the case, give the money out and leave the one that I normally make deposit in the box. so that at the end of the year or at the end of the month, I know that I had deposited this money and that is what I am entitled to. But not forgetting that the money you're giving to people, it is also mine. Mine is part of it. So if you're giving my money out, why don't I also get some little percentage of profit, like 2% or 1%? So if you're making the constitution rules and regulations, you have to be considerate. Be considerate. Don't just say, no, this is the rule. No, I may not be perfect in borrowing and paying back. Because me personally, I don't need a loan. Not at all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you just didn't get me clearly. I was given an example of my saving group where the rule was set that you only borrow what you have in your account. That literally means you borrow your money, you don't borrow anyone's money. That's why I said when you borrow, you multiply your own money and not anyone else's money, because you're not going to be given money exceeding what you have in your account.
Yeah.
Roger that.
Okay.
Now let's have Mary.
Yeah, let's close with Mary, and so we can go for
All right.
lunch.
Thank you so much, Jenny, and everybody for raising such concerns. I want to say that when you read the financial guidelines of VSLAs, one of the guiding principles is that nobody should be forced to borrow money unless a person is interested in borrowing the money. And the reasons behind that is that you may force me to borrow money when I really don't have what to use that money for. You may end up forcing me to borrow money. I want you have the money. When you want me to return back the profits and maybe the loan, I have nothing to return back to the group. So a scenario will come in when you need to divide the money at the end of the year, and for me, who you forced to borrow the money, I ended up eating my money and I have nothing to bring to the group. Then that is the scenario, that is the reason behind that principle that nobody should be forced to borrow money unless a person is operating a business. Even the members of the group, if you see that I don't have any investment that is bringing for me money every single day, there is no need of you, the group, giving the money, because at the end of the day, I'm going to give you a hard time. I'm going to delay the dividing of the money, and I'm going to delay a number of things of people's issues. Then too, I want to agree that one of the rules is that, yes, somebody said that you're not supposed to borrow beyond what you have. But one of the guiding rules or principles is also that if I want to borrow 100,000 in the savings group, I must have saved around 80,000 for me to get 100,000. If I want to borrow 50,000, I must have saved 25,000 for me. I must have saved a half of what I need to borrow. That is one of the rules. If you go through that, the guiding principles for VSLAs. Then we realize that yes, if I'm not borrowing the money, but every single day I'm saving, and I'm not taking my money, meaning other members are using my money. And the guiding principle is that every person who saves in a group has to get a certain interest at the end of the day. That is why you realize that when these other guiding, these other rules, the bylaws of the group come in, if you have not, maybe like if you have not borrowed a lot of money, you may not get the same interest as the person who has borrowed. But I'm not supposed to go back home empty-handed with what I saved alone, because you people used my money. My money is not in the savings box. Meaning, at the end of the day, I must get an interest because you used my money. So it is the same as when you got a loan in a bank. When you take your money to the bank, maybe like you're putting your money in a fixed deposit. Some people will borrow your money, and at the end of the day, a bank is supposed to give you a certain percentage out of the money they have been using. But now we have to compare that a person who is not borrowing money will not get the same percentage as a person who is always borrowing the money. That is the scenario behind that. But when we say that if I have not, let's give an example. If you're saving 5,000 every single week, at the end of the 52 weeks in a year, you're going to earn 200. You must have saved 260,000. That is if you save 5,000 constantly. But if you also save 10,000 constantly for 52 weeks, you will get 520,000. So For me, who has saved 5,000 for the 52 weeks, I get my 260. Meaning, at the end of the day, I must walk home with around 420,000. That is the standard, the standard, the standard amount that the experts came around about with. So if you observe the 520,000, if you're saving 10,000 every Saturday or every day of the week, meaning at the end of the day, you must walk home with almost around 720,000. That is a round figure. But for you now who has been borrowing your money, you will go beyond 720,000 because there is some percentage that you get because of your continuous borrowing and your paying back. So that is the scenario behind that. Then we also realize that if we have some clients in the group who are saving so much and they are borrowing a lot and they are paying on time. Every now they borrow very fast, they pay it back. They borrow, they pay it fast. Those people will get a certain percentage towards their saving. So that is like a takeaway home. Meaning if you've been saving 10,000 and at the end of the year you're getting 520, you might possibly walk home with around 910,000 or 905,000. That is the advantage besides that. But the education we give people is this: never force people to borrow money when they don't need to use that money, because at the end of the day, you're the people who are going to suffer. You don't want me to pay back the money, but I have nothing to give to the group. You may even confiscate my assets, my suspense, but my suspense may not be able to raise the amount of money that I borrowed from you. So it's better you give people who are willing to pay back, who are willing to pay in time, and at the end of the day, all of you walk away with some good amount of money rather than waiting for people and you end up getting even bad debts. You have people who don't pay up the money, you have due your money and the rest of this. Thank you so much. I think we can go for a break. I'm sorry for taking long.
Wow, that was an interesting way to end the session. Let's all wind up and then we can get
Okay. Because we've gone 20 minutes into your time, we're going to add 30 more minutes. So we're going to be back here 2:30 instead of 2, just so you can have a bit more time. Otherwise, I really like the way the interactions are going, and like we really want to make money. I like this. So see you all at 2:30, and then we are going to use the same link to come here. If you know somebody who is supposed to be here and they're not here, please kindly remind them. Thank you. This way you can close it.
Oh, I have enjoyed this session, like from both sides. I'm enjoying the interaction from online. I'm enjoying the interaction from the house here. I like how we are sharing ideas. I like how argumentative people are. So this means that we are not taking things because they're given to us, but we are taking things because we understand them. So yes, there's a lot of information that is shared here, but people are keen to understand and go with what they feel is right, and probably what is shared is right, and not just going with everything for. So yes, it is a good way to end our afternoon session now. Let's go and enjoy. Without forgetting, please, if you're running out of data, this is the time to refuel. This is the time to recharge your gadget, and this is the time you to also rest and get energy to come back. I hope I'll be still as strong as I am now for the next session. Enjoy your lunch. Bye. Wow, the good one. Refuel your gadgets. For the who are online, refuel it with power and then also with data. Just make sure that it takes you up to maybe 2 hours on from now. So we are going to have a brief recap on the session that we had. And then after the recap, we jump very straight into the other sessions that we are supposed to have. So allow me go on and share my screen again. But yes, as I go to share my screen, I would like someone from online just share with us how your lunch has been. Probably, if you wouldn't mind, share with us what you've had for lunch. And maybe someone in the house also can share with us how their lunch has been and probably how they made use of it. How useful was it to you? Just to go for the lunch break. Okay, so if someone in the house is ready or comfortable to go first, you are welcome. And then if someone online there is also comfortable, yeah, just raise your hand and we shall be able to identify you. So here we have Shama, and he's excited to share his lunch hour with us. Yeah, Shama, take on.
Good afternoon. So I have had a wonderful lunch. To be detailed, I had a smoothie, avocado smoothie, and a donut. Believe me, this was the sweetest I've ever had. Then, however, I have been able to spend my lunchtime. I sat down and listened to stories and experiences that did inspire me. I heard from my brother Julio and his work as an individual. I heard from our trainer, Sisi Alupo, and her stories just painted a different image of how work is supposed to be. And there was another gentleman who still shared his personal work in his profession, switching from different jobs, and how things worked out for him. Personally, this was quite an inspiring moment. I think lunchtime breaks should be more like this, apart from just eating. You get it? Because my mind was inspired. I believe I was renewed just listening to these people. And that is the best I got out of this lunchtime.
Okay, wow. I am happy that other than just having the meal, you also had to listen to inspirational stories that you picked out from, and they've made your lunch quite a unique one. Someone online, you can unmute and share. Is there anyone who'd like to share how their lunch has been like? Okay, it seems like people online are getting set to sharing their lunch. Can we have another person in the room probably share with us how their lunch has been like? Anyone willing to share? Oh, ladies in the house. Someone is saying, ladies in the house, what is happening? Ladies, remember we say we have to stand out everywhere we go. These men should not overpower us, okay? So yes, let someone come and just share what the experience has been like. Oh, we have someone coming to share. Great. Okay, this one.
Hello, I'm Amy in the house. Well, for my lunch, I had a donut and juice made by myself. I guess it was nice. Well, I've just joined the last session because I was handling welfare. And during lunchtime, they took me through what you guys had in the morning, who an entrepreneur is, their characteristics, and more. I was so excited waiting for this day, and I'm so grateful it has come today, expecting the best. Thank you.
What do you make? Do you have any products or services that you use?
Yes, I do make snacks like cookies, cake cups, daddies, buns. Also make crafts, sandals. Yes, I have one here and many others. Yeah, I'm also a farmer. I can't tell you all now, but I'm an entrepreneur.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Okay, people in the house, listen to people sharing what their lunch experience has been like. And yes, I've mentioned something during the lunch break, and I say, if you're given an opportunity, use it to the best. So, Amy, I'm happy that in this short few minutes that you've been given, you are able to tell us what you are doing. I enjoyed the smoothie. I like avocado juice. I make it at home, and what I've had today is a flavor that I think I've not had before. I've had the one of passion, oranges, and then watermelon. Today I've had one with tangerine. Yeah, very interesting. So people online there, We had a great lunch prepared by Amy and Gloria and the team. So yes, that's how our lunch was. People online there, I just need to be sure that all is well. So by the time I start the next session, at least I know that people are back and everything is moving on well. So just a type on the chat box saying yes would be so great. Yeah, let me just hear someone either unmute and say yes or type and say the sound is fine and they're getting us clearly. They're on. Oh, so Joel has shared a poll. You should be able to see it on your screen. For the people who are online, this is to help us to just be sure that the people are okay, everything is well with the online responses.
Yeah, so the team, please respond. Numbers. Okay. 6 people responded, 100%.
Oh, okay. That is good. Yeah, thank you for responding to the poll. So this gives me the energy to go to the next session immediately. So to recap from the previous one, very briefly, let me see here. Okay, by the time we went for lunch, we were just finalizing with this slide. And yeah, we talked about customer love, know your customers, identify what they're looking for, and then look out for ways in which you can satisfy them. That's the only way you can show your customers that you love them. Yeah. And then raise money and scale. That's where the discussion really hit up from. And we are trying to look out for the different ways in which we can get money. And people shared about how you can sell an extra asset in case you need to raise money. And then people talked about applying for grants. People talked about loans to boost the business. People talked about going to friends and relatives. People talked about fundraising. People talked about partnerships. So those are some of the ways in which money can be got. There's one of the famous ways that MTN is doing now, and that is sale of shares. So President just said that MTN is just wanting us to be part of their business. But yeah, when you critically look at it, MTN is raising funds, is raising money that they can invest and even bigger businesses and get more money. Yeah. So it is one of the ways in which you can get money. So you may have your business, and yes, the money you have is not enough to be sustainable. You can look out for the option of selling some shares in your business. But what I can advise is you need to have knowledge and understanding of how the shares work. When you have an understanding, then you can go on with that. And then the next point says exit. And yes, when you look at it like, okay, I've finished, I've set up everything, why exit? Yeah. So this one will vary from business to business. Some people, after reaching this stage, they want to build on that same business and make sure that it goes to the highest peak. And then some people, some entrepreneurs, for them, when they see that they put this business at the level where probably they want it to be, what they do is probably sell it off. Yeah. And then after doing that, or merge with another company. After doing that, they go and start up another business. That is how others do. Others, yeah, when the buyers come and they're giving them good money, they compare and be like, okay, the hustle I've put in compared to the money I'm getting, this one is making me richer and richer, and I can use it to start other businesses. So they end up exiting. So after exiting, I have time to refresh your mind. Here, I just give an example of travel, but you can have as many examples as possible. Have some time to rest. Yeah, move around, enjoy your money. Yeah, just make sure that you don't eat the money that is meant for the next investment. And then after you've taken the time doing all that, you can launch a new startup or you can launch a new business. But yes, from this point where it says raise money and scale up or unscale, From that point, that is when you can divert either and say, after raising the money that I need for this business, I set it up and I embark on it. Or someone can say, after I raise the money, I put this business at the level that I want it to be, I will sell it off, and then I'll be in position to start up a new business venture. Another person will say, I will diversify. I'll have that business alongside another business. So these points down here, I added them so that, we don't look at entrepreneurship is just a hustle from day 1 up to day 10 or up to the last day. But it should be that, yes, the hustle is there, but we should also have time for ourselves to enjoy our money. So going on to the importance of entrepreneurship in the business. Importance of why are entrepreneurs important generally. So yes, I have a few points here, but I like it interactive. I like people to wake up and just say, as an entrepreneur, I think this is why I am important, to the economy, to the society. Remember, we talked about social enterprises. We said, as entrepreneurs, you should aim at creating social enterprises. So why do you think you are important as an entrepreneur? Let me stop sharing my, minimize my screen so I can see people raise their hands. I would like to get 2 people from online and then 2 or 3 people from the room here. So if you have an idea as to why you think being an entrepreneur is key, kindly feel free to share. People in the house, people online, you mentioned that you are entrepreneurs, some of you, and so why do you think it is important for you to be an entrepreneur? Okay, Sharma is going to share with us.
Why do I think it is important to be an entrepreneur? One, I think as an entrepreneur, I shape the face of my society, judging from the service or product I am giving. That is my first answer.
Okay. Thank you. For him, given the service or the product, he's shaping the face of his community. So if you don't want a community to be shabby, to be dirty, you'll come and say, I will collect the garbage that is there. I will use it to make other products out of it. So you want your community to be seen as a clean community. If you see probably a community where youth, young people, probably lose concentration and begin engaging into businesses that are really not lucrative. You come in and say, me as an entrepreneur, I'll start up a company that just skills these young people with the skills or give them opportunity to start up their own businesses, to learn on how they can take care of themselves as they use, to know how they can earn a single coin from them. So you're trying to shape the face of your company, of your community. Interesting answer, Sharma. Thank you for sharing. May I have some other person? On the house, if you have, come on. Online, we are waiting for you guys. We don't want to overpower you.
Thank you so much. I would say that entrepreneurship makes people to be more of job creators than job seekers. When you look at the situation right now, there are very many people who are unemployed on the street. But if you have your business, you can even create jobs for other people and also for making money. No one goes into the business without making money.
Okay. Yes, Brenda shared with us 2 points. 1 point, you're making money. The second point is you become a job creator. Yes. So instead of running with the brown envelope, and the shoes, the sole of the shoes gets all worn out, knocking at each door. Why not start up something? As the job is coming, we don't say that looking for jobs is bad. It is good because it gives you the platform. But as it is coming, what are you doing? There's a lot that you can do within the community. So it makes you more of a job creator than just a job seeker. For the people online there, my network is a bit shaky, so I'm unable to see someone who has raised an arm. I'm so interested to see someone's arm up. I'm also so good at just pointing people. So I might mention your name so you can come and share, but I want people to volunteer to share as their will. So people online, anywhere, anyone willing to share? Okay, I think we shall. We're waiting for them to come. Let's go on and share what I have on my end. And please, what I have here is not like conclusive that only that is what we can look out for. There's quite a lot still that we can add on to what I'm just going to share now. Okay, so as this is coming, when you look at the economy of Uganda, you look at the GDP, and then you compare it with other economies, there is the missing block. But how can this missing block be identified and covered up? It is through coming up with new ideas. Yeah. I don't know if I've shared about this already, but Uganda is known as one of the most enterprising countries in the world. I will share more insight on that with figures, with evidence. Yeah. So we are known as entrepreneurs, people who have thinking minds, want to start up businesses. But yeah, our businesses do not last for long. Yeah. So what does it mean? It means that as a country, we need these entrepreneurs to be there, and we need them to keep there for us to bring change in our economy. So what I have here is entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship lets business owners build their life the way they want or they need it to be. So you are an engineer of your own life. You have the picture of what you want it to be. You draw it probably on a daily basis or in a monthly or a yearly with friends as you go to sleep. You think about how you want your future to be like. I close my eyes and I see myself in a nice home with a nice compound with a nice 4x4 car there. Like that is what I want it to be. But how will I achieve this? I have to look out for ways in which I achieve this. So entrepreneurship gives me the opportunity to shape that. So if I want, just like Shama has shared, for him he wants to, like being an entrepreneur means he can shape the face of his community. So that means if the community is looking very nice, the people are responsible, there is no dirty litter everywhere, which means he's making he's trying to build his life in line with what he wants it to be like. Yeah. As an entrepreneur, if remember you're seeing a gap, so for you to bridge that gap, you need to come up and create the solution. So every time you create the solution, you're trying to shape the picture of your business or the picture of you as a person. And then entrepreneurs spur economic growth. I will start a shoemaking company today, but yes, it is not sustainable for me to make the shoes alone. I will need someone to help me. So that means I have an extra person that I am employing and is going to be earning. So this person will start and then shall get 10 customers. We shall identify that 2 of us are unable to do everything. We shall need someone to market these products, these shoes. That means you have a 3rd person who is coming to be the marketing person. And then at some point you find that, yes, we have the CEO, we have the person who is in the store making, and then we have the marketing person. At the admin office here, it remains empty. So if customers come directly to here, they find that there is no one to attend to them. Either that person in the store making the shoes will have to come. So that means you'll need an extra person. You see, you are indirectly contributing to economic growth by employing these people. Yeah. And then also you are earning, and the more you earn, the more you invest or reinvest it. So the economy goes on growing and growing. Yeah. So as entrepreneurs, that is why we are really very, very key. If we were not really very important, maybe the government would just say for us have all the money as the government, so we can do everything on our own. But you see the government coming in to support entrepreneurs, to support social enterprises. Safe Border, I don't know if they still have some of the finances that they were given to start up, but they were given money because of what they're bringing into the society. They saw that they're bringing change or impact. Entrepreneurs add to national income. How? This is in regard to the gross domestic products, the GDP, And so when you have goods here, and then you sell to other countries, you're bringing in money within. When you go and import, you improve the quality of what or use the materials to produce other goods and you sell them, you're improving the economy. When you employ more people, and so these people earn money and then reinvest this money, the economy is improving. The national income, we're getting more income in regard to the GDP. So as entrepreneurs, that is why we are very important, just not on a personal level, but even at a national and international level. And then create social change. That is what I think these are 2 points that look almost explanation is the same. Entrepreneurs create social change and then also community development, depending on which direction you're taking it. Community development, that's when you come up with activities that support people within the community to build them up. And then social change, this is where you come up with solutions that also are impactful in the community. And then entrepreneurs offer new solutions to customer problems. Remember from the beginning, you're saying, as an entrepreneur, identify a gap, identify a weakness, identify an issue, and then you embark on that to come up with solutions. We're going to use the example of Safe Border because it is the one we are very familiar with. Yeah, we had issues with, you get this customer, you border man, and then he doesn't respect you as a customer. Sometimes they would rob, like here you get someone, you're not sure if this is a border man or he's hiding behind that. And so we had a lot of issues with really them. And so Safe Border as a social enterprise came in and identified that issue, and then they saw how they can resolve it. And then entrepreneurship can create new jobs and strengthen the economy, yeah, for the people that you employ there. And then wealth generation. You get money and put it back, plow it back, and more money will be coming in. Going forward is okay, it's taking a bit of time. John, is it internet? Okay. People online, the slide is coming. Just give it a few seconds. It's taking a bit of time. Probably the internet is a bit slow. Okay, so here it is. So after sharing why we are important, yeah, you feel inspired, like you're like, okay, as an entrepreneur, the nation needs me, the community needs me, yeah, my family needs me, I need myself. It is not a smooth journey, just like we shared it. There are challenges that come along with that. So, still, we are going to make it more interactive. You have the points here. Feel free to identify which one you would like to talk about or share about. So just give a brief explanation, or maybe the cash flow management. How do you think this is affecting entrepreneurs? And yeah, I was also looking at it, like discussing it concurrently. So after looking at the challenge, I can also share probably the solution or how it can be resolved. So I'm opening up a discussion again. People online, I want the fire to catch up again, like the fire we had in the mid afternoon session. So let's have someone share. Is there anyone in the house here who would like to share? Just identify one point and then see how we can look at it as a challenge. Yes, Mary?
Thank you so much for the afternoon session. I think I'd want to pick some of the few points, especially when it comes to delegating tasks. When we look into challenge 5, which talks about delegating tasks. So I want to share with you my personal experience. I'm an entrepreneur. I do a number of projects, and those projects I delegate a lot of tasks to a number of people, But I'm really finding it a challenge, especially I'm operating a shop, a retail shop in the rural areas of Katakwe. But when you talk about delegating tasks, sometimes I'm not always not there. And when you talk about issues of the shop, all the time you're handling money, and the money, all the transactions money. So realize that maybe stock is going, but when you come to count, maybe like to balance books at the end of the day, the money is not there, but the stock is selling. So it is really a challenge that most of we the starting entrepreneurs are facing, because most of the times you're not around, the person you're putting in there is removing money, you need to buy new stock, the money is not there, the old stock is over. So it's really a big challenge. And maybe also when you look into other, sometimes you can be the one who has that brilliant idea, but when you try to delegate tasks to other people, it may not be something, it's not going to work the way you feel. I also have another project. I have a project on piggery and cattle rearing, but I'm really facing it a challenge that the people whom I employ, whom I delegate those tasks, maybe like to manage the farm and, take care of the routine work and what, it's really not something that is, to my expectation, and it's really a big challenge. Then, when you look into the task of the marketing strategy, sometimes we realize that most of the starting entrepreneurs may not have that digital experience whereby you want to sell your products to the outside. And when you look into the young entrepreneurs, the youth and the young people who are trying to get into the entrepreneurship in world, it's really a challenge for them to identify which one is the best marketing strategy for them to sell their products, because you realize that maybe you have an enterprise which is producing the same products like the other person, maybe like your neighborhood, and you want to try to market your product to the other customers to really see the value in your product, and it becomes a challenge. And yet we also realize that in this 21st century we need to go into digital. And when you talk about the digital skills, most young people may not even have smartphones, may not have computers, may not know how to operate the digital spaces for them to sell off their products. So it's something which is really as challenge to most of the young entrepreneurs. But we realize that most people are not losing hope to get into entrepreneurship world, to start doing things. And by the end of the day, these challenges will will now put them down. At the end of the day, they even end up having the last one, which is self-doubt. Now we say, now if this one is also struggling, how am I going to deliver through all these things for me to get what I want? So it's really something that is a challenge to us. Thank you so much. Maybe I'll get in another thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mary, for such an insightful and exciting submission. I would like to ask, how are you managing the issue of delegation of tasks? Because I think this is the major challenge that not only we, the small enterprise or small startups are facing, but even big organizations are facing. You find in an office you are a manager, but when you're not in the office, there is nothing going on. Or maybe when you delegate someone to do it, things do not go your way. How would you address that kind of issue? How are you trying to address it on site?
All right. Thank you so much, my sister. Currently, I started facing this challenge some time back, but also want to realize that to address the issue of delegating tasks, one, we need to entrust people with the power and authority that we ourselves have. And we need to entrust them, to believe in them, to entrust them with the honesty. And because I want to talk on my personal experience of my retail shop, I had my other younger brother who I was putting to school. So after the lockdown, I told him, it's okay. So instead of you being home, just sitting and maneuvering around, you be at the shop. I pay you. But now, because I realized that these young people, they get into this excitement when they start handling money, they get into having very many girlfriends. I had to sack him. When I sacked him the first time, I said, okay, maybe you seem not to be serious. All the little money you get, you seem to be putting it into not the proper use. So I said, I first sacked him, then I had my sister. When I had my sister, I really had to take her to rest. I told her, this is what I need. I need this is what I use for buying. when you're going to shopping in the store, this is what you're going to get. This is the amount of money. So sometimes, for me to test their trust, I send them to the store when I very know that this is the amount of money to maybe to buy a box of soap, to buy a box of cooking, or to buy sugar and buy what. Sometimes I tend to send them with a very little money, because I want to test their trust and see how they are. So when they go to the store, they come back and say, maybe they can call, you know what, the things have increased, but because the little salary you gave me, I carried something, so I'm going to top up. I'll come up with the receipt and show you, maybe you can do a reimbursement. So how I'm handling this right now is I'm really entrusting them with the power and the authority. Then I'm giving them the honesty I have to give them the soft of doubt, like, okay, this is what we are doing. I want you to do this like it is your own. Assuming tomorrow I pass on, meaning this one will be your business, it will be your enterprise for you to take over, because I'll not be there. So I want you to take this project as your own, because at the end of the day, I'm going to pay you, you're going to benefit, I'm going to expose you to the outside world. And after I started doing that, I realized that things were coming normal. The stock is when they sell, I balance the books, the money is there. I take them for shopping, they send them for shopping, they come back, everything is there. So I'm saying it is something which we really just have to give trust to people. Let them keep on trying. At the end of the day, they will be in position to handle what you want them to do. For me, that even my other projects, that is how I'm putting them. If I'm sending somebody to go and buy for me feeds in the store, I need them to have those feeds. They operate like it is their own. At the end of the day, we share the profits, both of us, because I don't want to use you. Then at the end of the day, you start telling me, and I end up losing a lot. So I want you to be comfortable when I'm also comfortable. That's how I'm doing it now. Thank you.
Okay, that's really interesting. Thank you so much for sharing that. I like the bit where you talk about trust and authority. Yeah. So let them know that they are responsible of whatever consequences are going to come out of that. What does it mean? I will know that if they've given me 1 million shillings and then I lose that 1 million shillings, it is going to come from my salary. So I'll make sure that I am responsible for that money. I get whatever I'm supposed to get for that money and then come and report. But if you say, anyway, you go and buy, someone is going to use that money in any other way, and then they will come up and be like, oh, they stole the money. And then, you say, oh, it has been stolen. Okay. You move on to the next step. I will not feel the pinch of being irresponsible. Yeah. So I also have a business where my sisters are supporting, but also what I tell them is almost the same thing. Yeah, this business is mine, but entirely, in case this business is not there, I can continue surviving. Yeah. But for you, it will be hard for you to start from scratch. So look at it as something that you are part of. Make them feel part of whatever they are doing. For the decisions, they should be in position to make decisions, and then you respect them also. Sometimes when they make decisions and then you come and you're so hard on them, they fear next time to take a decision. So when we are delegating, we should also make sure that we give them the power and the authority, and then responsibility lies entirely on their hands. So thank you, Mary, for sharing that. Anyone, so we are going to do a mix of in-house and then online. So someone from the house ready to share, pick up a point and just share with us. Okay, Brenda is here. People in the house are fighting to contribute, so that's amazing. Okay, Brenda, you get on, and then someone online, so we can prepare for the next.
Thank you so much. I would like to take on this point. It is time management. Excuse me. I think last year I used to do some small business that I was doing at a friend's shop. In that I would bring cooking oil. I would also bring rice, and I used to bring this packed milk. So what I told her was like, if you've seen that you've sold cooking oil and it has brought the money that you've spent for buying it, the remaining balance, please, I know it is profit. What to do, if it has brought the real money, go buy cooking oil, so that we don't let customers be on suspend that cooking oil is finished and we've not yet replaced. So as a good entrepreneur, we have to manage time. In that, if you promise to deliver a product to your customer, like at 9, please do so. Like she said earlier on, that if you have gotten challenges, communication is key. Let your customers know so that they be aware that, hey, so and so has delayed to deliver this because of the challenge he or she has gotten. I used to love traveling with Uganda on one thing, that is time management. They would keep time. If they say it is 10, bus leaves at 10. So as a business person, please, to maintain customers, make sure that you work on this point very well. Manage your time so that you don't let your customers be waiting. What time are they bringing it? What time are they bringing it? Amen. I like saying that.
Okay, Brenda, what's up, Miss to see? How is time management a challenge to the enterprise, to the entrepreneurs? How is it a challenge?
It is a challenge in that you lose out customers. Because if you used to come and buy cooking oil from my place, remember, it's not only me selling cooking oil. There are very many people. If I can't deliver the product in time, you lose them, they go. They try some other places. I personally, I have witnessed it. There is a place where I go to buy things, but the first impression, if the first time I've gone to you and you've not talked to me nicely, I don't go back.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. So I think as entrepreneurs, sometimes we really have very limited capital. We don't have the resources like, Mary is struggling with the audio. From the online, can someone also confirm whether they can hear us or they are struggling?
We can hear you, but you're breaking sometimes.
Oh, okay. Seems we have an issue with our internet this afternoon is a bit slow, but please let us know in case you cannot hear us at all. Probably we can look out for a solution to this. So yes, time management is very key, and we normally miss out on that just because sometimes you don't have resources that are required. Imagine you have to deliver something in town in like 30 minutes. That means if you don't have a bike or a car, it means you have to run, go and get a bike, and then jump on it, go to town, and then you have to run from upper town to lower town to see that you deliver. Yeah. So at some point you end up delayed. So as entrepreneurs, it is a challenge, but I like what Brenda said that in case it happens, try as much as possible to communicate, and then also estimate your time very well. If you know that it's going to take 20 minutes, you can say, give yourself an allowance of maybe 10 minutes. I'm one of those people who don't give myself an allowance, and I end up working on pressure. Even today, I knew that it would be very hard for me to be here by exactly 8, but I told Joel I'll be there by 8. So I came around 34 minutes past 8, but I put that blame on myself. Yeah, I try to schedule myself very tightly so that I really try to push and make sure that I deliver on time. But that is something I am working on my end. So thank you, Brenda, for sharing that. Mary, we hope now the network is a bit okay. Yeah, it is a turn for someone from online there to share, as someone from the house is also preparing. Anyone online willing to share? Okay, as someone online is coming, someone in the house here?
Yes, my name is Julia, and I want to take this opportunity. Someone talked about trust, and I want to share my experience with trust, which I would say trusting people sometimes it calls for something. It calls for extra mile. I happened to start up a fish business, And in due course of three months, it was doing pretty good because we started with about 500,000, and business was good. In 3 months period, we had hit up a target of we had a capital of 2.5 to 3 million, and it was really doing good. Not until I started trusting extra people in that fish business, because with fish you really need targets. By targets I mean those contacts on the ground, like we used to purchase from the islands within Entebbe. And one of the guy I trusted, I first trusted him with something small that was about 300,000. In my absence, he used to buy and stock, which was pretty good. And I was giving him some percentage, which was okay to sustain him. And he told me he's okay with it. And not until I stepped up the game by giving him about 1.5, which he did well at the beginning. But then there came a time where I thought I should start looking for extra market as he's handling the business in Entebbe, because I had gotten another deal with the Congolese who wanted me to be supplying them with silver fish. So what happened? In my absence, the guy misused the money, and I started hiding from me. And before you know it, we had gone into debts. And here my question is, to what percentage should we trust people?
Wow. Okay. I have no direct answer to this. I cannot lie, but I know when you put our heads together, we can come up with a solution. So we've talked about delegation of duties, and this also comes in with an aspect of giving people authority and trusting them, and then giving them the power to make decisions. So to what extent should we trust someone in regard to business? Yes, Mary, go on and share.
Thank you so much, my brother, for raising up that question. You know, when you talk about trust in business, and trust goes with delegation, because you can't delegate somebody without trusting that person. I have had such experience where you're trusting somebody to do this for you. At the end of the day, they do the opposite. I have handled the issue of the trust and people running away with your money and putting it into debts. One, before I give somebody work to do for me, I have to give you an appointment. And that appointment clearly states your limits, what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do. And we're going to mutually understand that, yes, if one of us goes against A, B, C, D, maybe we have to involve now the courts of law. And if you generally get a person, and it is very hard to get a person who's really so much trusted. Even my own brothers have betrayed me by running away with money, and they end up putting in debts. So for me, the extent to which I trust somebody to do for me an activity or to do for me, I don't give you more than 20%, because I know people change, and it is by human nature that people change. So that person may prove to you that he's more trustworthy, and you end up pouring all your trust into that person. At the end of the day, the person puts you on the wall. So it is always good to have a mutual understanding and put in writing that tomorrow, when you run away with my money, I know I can handle you, and we have to agree before we start doing business. Let's agree. In case ABCD happens, you either sue me or I sue you, and that is the thing. And for me, that's that I've done. Actually, I also had an experience where I was dealing with the cattle. And when I was dealing with the cattle, I trusted somebody too, and it was my own relative to send for me to sell for me the cows in the market and put money because I move a lot. Just 1 week ago, I just came back from Arusha the other week. That's why I missed the actually it was on Tuesday I came back this very week. So you find it hard. You're in Arusha and you're delegating somebody. You're on phone calls. You're doing a lot of business online, and things are not moving the way you expect. So at the end of the day, we have to have a written agreement. And this written agreement can support both of us. It can support me and it can support you. So it's always good not for us to pour a lot of our trust to people without having documentation, because documentation is very important. It's very, very important, and it can save us a lot from all this issue of people running away from our business and are putting us into debt. For me, that is how personally I have handled that. And my trust, my dear, 20%. However much I'm delegating you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. 20%. 20% is what Mary is giving. Me, sometimes I tend to go higher, I can go up to 40%. But yeah, it also comes with a caution. I remember recently when I was buying an asset, it was a very small asset, and yeah, I felt like it wouldn't need me to openly come to this person and tell him to write an agreement or whatever. So what I did was to secretly, I know it is very I don't know the right word to use to explain this, but what I did was to secretly record this person. Yeah. So I secretly put my phone, the recording, and then we talked. We had our conversation openly, and then after I got the money and I handed to him. I told him, I'm giving you 850,000 for the purchase of this and this and that, and they are going to take it to this person, and then you'll give me a receipt on such and such a day. For him, he thought it was just me giving him instructions, but what I was trying to do is that the recording should capture all this information just in case anything happened. Yeah, he's a very close friend, and then me telling him to sign here and there, he may say, oh, so this lady for all this time she thinks I can run away with just mere 800,000. Yeah, but smartly I recorded that. I have the recording, but the good thing is that he did everything right, so I may not need the recording now, but that is something that I used as a person, just so that I am on a good side. So yeah, you can look out for other ways in which you have evidence. Sometimes you can just call, even if it's a young child, call that child to be there. And so when you're talking to this person, let the child be there. These children do not lie. The moment they come and ask them, did auntie give so and so money? The child will say, yes, I saw auntie pick this money and give this person. Even if the child doesn't know how much it is. So at least have a third party so that it doesn't just involve the two of you. Yeah. So going forward, someone from online, anyone willing to share? Okay, Emmanuel, amazing. Go on. Emmanuel, in case you're speaking, you're not on unmute. We cannot hear you. Probably unmute and share. Oh, it seems Emmanuel is struggling with his connection. I don't know if he didn't connect to the microphone. Kindly try to check on that. Could you have another person join? Share rather, as Emmanuel is sorting out the microphone issue.
Isaac is saying regarding money issues, I trust no one.
Yes, I have no issues with that. Please do not trust anyone, not until you're able to trust them. Okay, anyone in the house willing to share? Yes, come closer and ask the question.
For me, the question I'm asking, number one, cash flow management, because I see the challenge. In a business, what made my business collapse? I had a business in this lockdown I was running, but as I'm talking, is not in existence because of that problem, cash flow management. How can I handle that problem?
Okay, entrepreneurs in the house. The already existing entrepreneurs and the new ones that are coming in, both online and in-house. A challenge of cash flow. It is at the beginning because it is one of the most challenge affecting businesses. How can we manage cash flow? Anyone with an idea? Okay, Mary, I can see your hand is up. With experience, I'll give you the microphone.
Thank you. On cash flows, yes, it is one of the challenges that the young entrepreneurs are facing, not only young entrepreneurs, but also people who have existed in a business for so long. You realize that, yes, maybe for an example, at the beginning, maybe like you're starting up your business and, and maybe you need to, maybe you're in a manufacturing in the enterprise and, maybe like the cost of the materials are a little bit cheaper. So by the time you're getting into business, you purchase them. But as time goes on, like the way inflation is today, I won't speak out on the or like in the current statistics. Realize that you go back to the market to purchase other materials, maybe like the raw materials you need, you realize that the prices have shot up, and yet you need these materials to enable you maybe like manufacture or produce the products that you're selling into the market. And at the end of the day, you realize that maybe because you're just starting, you're just starting to, you're still gambling, you're still struggling, and the prices are shooting every single minute. And at the end of the day, maybe you have got a demand, maybe like a contract to supply to a certain percentage of products to a certain certain market, and at the end of the day you cannot even afford to buy the materials to enable you produce the products that you're supposed to supply. So it becomes an issue. But also for me personally, how I'm handling this, because I want to give a live example of my shop. Currently things are really very hard. The prices have shot high, and people have no money. At the end of the day, I tend to withhold. I see what is really selling so much, and I concentrate. I put much of my resources to purchasing what is going on, what is selling in the market, and I keep the other money, which is not like, instead of me having a lot of stock in the shop and maybe like a lot of products and people are not buying, it's better I sell what is selling so much, is giving me a lot of income, and I keep the rest. Such that I have a fallback tomorrow when the cash flows keep on reducing, because you cannot determine, maybe like in the next 5 years, we cannot determine the way prices are going every now and then, because it's determined by the demand and supply. So you cannot determine how you're going to to have this. But what is the most important is for us to have a fallback in case this one is not going. Instead of you focusing a lot of your strength, a lot of your efforts to produce what is not selling so much, what people are not demanding currently, it's better you produce what people are demanding, what people are consuming, and you keep aside a certain percentage, so that tomorrow when the prices tend to normalize, you're able to get into what is there. But also, I'm not saying you really with the whole of it, like you stop the production completely. You produce, but what can be in position to sell in a certain time. But instead of you producing more and more and more, such that you try to restrain on your cash flows, you try to to have a fallback. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for sharing, Mary. And so I'm so happy that you are able to share from experience quite a lot of times, which is very good. Please keep it up even in the next trainings. So cash flow, majorly we're just looking at money coming in and going out of the business. Yeah. One of the ways in which cash flow can be tied down is for you investing into a product that the demand is very low. So you end up buying, let me say, give an example of jackets. You buy a lot of jackets and then your money is tied up in the jackets. And yet, if you had invested it more in shirts that are moving faster, that money will be going out and coming back very fast. That is one of the ways. The second way in which money can be tied up, or cash flow can be tied up, is through credit sales. So you sell to a friend, you sell to company A, you sell to company B. but they take all this money in credit, and then they take a long time to pay you back. Yeah. So the time when this money stays there without it being used, yeah, affects your cash flows. That means you have little money to continue producing. Another thing is we're failing to separate our businesses from we. Because I know this is my business, I can pick 10,000 and no one will ask me. But if I go on picking 10,000 every day without putting it back, normally we pick it with an intention that I'm taking it just for today, tomorrow I'll put it back. But because of uncertainties, we all not even, we're not being faithful to our businesses, we end up not putting it back where it is supposed to be. So at the end, you find that you've taken more money from your business and less is coming in. Yeah, those are some of the ways that I can think about on how we can manage cash flows in and out. So for me, what I would do is one, to separate a business from me. So I also look at myself in that business as a customer. I sell baby clothes and I have children at home, but I cannot just pick because these clothes are very nice and then give to the children. No, I will not do that. What I will do is either I will say, I like these clothes, please book them for me. I pay some percentage for booking it, and then it is kept. Not until I finish this up, then I can take it home for the children. Yeah. So that is one of the ways I am trying. I know it is not very easy, but I am trying to do that. And then the other way you can do that is monitor your credits. How is your money going out? And if I take a date and I come back without paying the other one, should you give me more products? Yeah. Look at the relationship I have with you. If you know that I'm the kind of customer who will take products worth 1 million from you, but when I pay it very easily. Yeah, you can consider that, but also consider the time frame. Am I the kind of customer who will take a whole year without paying? Imagine 1 million being out without being used. And then finally, just like what Mary has shared with us, be observant on your products that you're having. In most cases, you just don't have one product. My friend Brenda mentioned that she's selling OD and then she's selling SimSim as well. So look, which one brings money faster? Is it the SimSim or SimSim delays? So by monitoring that, you're able to know what are you going to invest in more compared to what is there, very important, but it brings in money slowly. So be in position to identify that. Even in this OD, I know that they have packaging. There's the quarter kilo, there's the half kilo, there's 1 kilo and probably 2 kilograms. Also see which one moves faster. Customers looking at the 2 kilograms more than the quarter kilos. Identify that and make sure that you invest more onto the products that moves more swiftly in and out to control your cash flows. So yeah, it was a good question. Thank you for asking it because it has given us to touch quite a few areas that are very key. So by the matter, because of time, I see we have around 30 minutes probably to finish up this session. People are tired since morning, so I would like to run this faster. Hiring employees, it is a great challenge because one, we don't have money, we don't have resources. Two, probably we don't have experience to identify this is the person we are looking for. And so at the end, you either end up hiring someone who is coming to spoil your business totally. That is one. Or two, you employ someone who is a thief. Yeah. I remember there's a time we had a session about interviews and job applications, I think. And so one of the people who are presenting shared and say, employers, when they're hiring, they are risking, they're taking a risk. When you come and present yourself to them very smartly, I do this, I do that, I do that. One, what you're saying theoretically could not be what they are looking for practically. That is one. And then two, you may be coming with your other intentions. We've seen people come into organizations as spies. Yeah. I just go to say one of the prominent companies just because I want to learn what they are doing. Yeah. So that I can pick a leaf from there and come and bring it here. I want to come and steal your technology. I want to steal your staff who are there. Yeah. So that is a thief, but in quotes. And then there is a physical thief who will also come and just wants to look at the security around, look at the items that are there, plan on how they can come back and take that. So it is a very great risk. So that entrepreneurs normally face. And how can you probably resolve this? I may think one is probably look out for someone who may have experience in hiring to support you to do that. And then two, hire someone that at least you have engaged with and you understand. And then two, let's stop this habit of the walk-in interview where I come, I stand, I talk to you, I go. Trust me, I will pretend for those 5 minutes and make sure that I am all good. But in reality, I am not. Yeah. So companies have adopted systems of assessments. Just invite this person to the office or to your workshop for a day. Be with them. Let them be free. Yeah. Let them have the time to go in the kitchen, go to the washroom, sit with you here. Within that time, you'll be in position to know who this person really could be. Yeah, you may not entirely know, but at least you know if the person takes water and then leaves that glass there for the whole morning up to evening, that tells you that person may not be very responsible. A responsible person will say, "Oh, this glass, I'm done using it, so I have to put it back where it's supposed to be." Someone who doesn't respect you will come to your laptop, yeah, and start watching movies, watching videos. Yet it is time to work. Yeah. So those are some of the ways probably we entrepreneurs can use to get people that hiring and reduce those issues. Capital is one of the major things. We have great ideas, but here we don't have money enough to cover up for that. What can we do? We've shared a few ways in which we can raise capital, sell some shares, and then have partners that you trust, and then get into memorandum of understanding with them, and then apply for a grant. When the business is already thriving, you can look out for loans. You can reach out to families and friends for a boost or for some money that they can help you with. And then strapped budget. Strapped budget is just a deficit budget. Most times when you're starting, you want how they call it, structures. You want to set up structures. There's need for you to get machines, to get space, to get this, to get that. There's a lot that is really required, and you find you don't have really enough money to do this. So for me, how I would address this is look into my budget and identify priorities. Everything is very important, but what is key? In case, instead of me having all this space and pay rent of 1.5 million, why not use my kitchen space and just have my shop there? Yeah. Instead of me looking at going to town and hiring a whole space and pay rent, why not try the online, probably that is working out, and then reduces the costs? So look out for a must-have. If you need 5 laptops for your business to run very well, imagine if you had 2 laptops, how would it operate? Yeah, would it still start? So you can start with that, and then as you look out for other things. And then business growth. Yeah, we've seen businesses that have been stunted. And this is not only on individual person's level, but even on international scene. Yeah, we've seen people start up, like the economy generally is static. Yeah, there are no opportunities for you to move on to the next level, really. Find that taxes are too much. You're starting a business of 500,000, need to pay tax, how they call it? For running the business, just for allowing you to operate. A license, a trading license, yeah, that takes almost 7 or 8%, or not even 10% of the money you're starting with. And then you have to pay the SECAS, the electricity, there's water. So there's really a lot, and you find that it doesn't give you an avenue for growth, which is a challenge. And then self-doubt. I want to put a lot of emphasis on this. Entrepreneurs, just know that that is your idea. What does it mean? You have the best understanding of what it is. What does it imply? It implies that you have the power to either make someone like the idea or not like the idea. So my presentation today, I created it myself. I understand it, and that's why probably find when I am presenting it, I'm trying to be so confident because it is my thing. I feel like I know it and more than any other person. But this doesn't mean that the people in the room here do not understand these things. They don't know these things. They know them. They know everything. When they look at this, they know this means that, this means that. But it being your thing, have confidence in it. If you're selling a bar of soap, just know that there's soap elsewhere that people can get. But what makes your soap stand out is what is key. So I'll be going on to the next slide and try to be a bit faster. Okay. Yes, besides the challenges, yeah, I like that picture because it speaks volume. Besides the challenges that we go through, there is hope that there are opportunities that we can embark on. Yeah, the budget is big. There's a lot of money that is required, capital that we don't have. But yes, see, there is social media. Utilize it. As long as you have a smartphone, you have a laptop, you have data of 1,000, 2,000. Utilize that. Yeah. People are embracing this because of the trends that are happening now. COVID-19 has taught people that you don't need to be physical, you need to be virtual. Yeah. If I'd wanted, I would still stay at home and deliver this session to all the people in the house and then to the people online. Yeah. That is technology. So let us try to, as much as possible, to take up the opportunities that are there. Social media, you put it there. Whoever has interest will reach out to you. I didn't know how powerful social media was, not until people began reaching out to me when my business had closed months ago. But this is because they had seen me put posts there. I put a post, no one comments, yeah? Probably 2-3 people like, and then it goes like that. But later on, after some time, you see someone calling you, "Hi, Sissy, I saw you selling this. Do you still have them? Can you deliver this to me?" So what does it mean? It means that whenever you put it there, there's someone who will see it, may not need it at that time, but whenever they will need it, they will reach out. Yeah. So it is very important for us to take that as an opportunity. E-marketing is not any different from social media, but now with e-marketing, you're just not using the social media alone, but you are using even other platforms. Joel, can you help me put more light on that?
Okay. Thank you so much, Sisi. This is really interesting because myself, I've actually started a business and I've run it only online. It didn't have any physical store. They started an online consulting where someone sends us their work to do and then we do it and we send it to them back online. You may wonder how we get the trust and everything. There's so many tools that we use. For instance, we will ask you to, because of course we are there, and also people have commented about us, people have given us good reviews. People would recommend others to us. So you pay 50% and then we start your work. Then after we're finished, we send you in a format that you will not go away with it. We lock certain things. We can even just record our screen, just a video, and we show you, and then you're like, wow, this is good. But it's going to take you like days to do that again. So, and then you pay, and then we give it to you. But then there were clients that we trusted, of course, even when we didn't meet. So we would do their work, and then we would not even hesitate like to send their work. So that business was based on Facebook. It's still there up to now. It's Critical Writers Uganda. So we do like writing for people, proposals, CVs, cover letters and stuff. And we do websites, and we also manage social media accounts of other people who are busy, companies. So we do for you logos, we set you up on Facebook, on Twitter, we do posts for you, we do copywriting. Yeah. So social media is indeed a big thing, and in Uganda, I think the figures are increasing every other day. I think there are almost, I think, 7 million people now using social media, like the various social media platforms, and of course, Facebook being the number one. So, and that is just the social media bit of it. So you can do even now, Instagram is a big tool, even TikTok. So when you go there, you shouldn't just go there for fun, look for clients. I remember I used to do this funny marketing strategy. There was a client of ours who were doing, she was doing fumigation services, like they spray houses and stuff. So she wants us to sell our product like, out there. So what we do, we copy the link to our page on Facebook. We go there on NTV when they are broadcasting live and people are many commenting. We put there a link and then people read. So we drove traffic and she was getting business, like good business. And then she left that business, and then she joined the love business. That's where she is now. But yeah, so there is so much you can do with social media besides just the chat. So from today on, you need to think beyond just the normal hellos, hi, how are you, what's up, stuff like that. So you need to create content. And also from my experience, people tend to get engaged with audio, visual content. So you do some graphics, and don't forget to indicate your information on how clients should reach you, and do some images. We trained people on using Canva last time, so Canva is a great tool to do graphics, and all of your social media posts. And also, if you've seen just on our YouTube channel, if you go there, you see like almost 10 videos, and we have their thumbnails. Every video has some writing, and then you click those kind of things. So people get attracted when they see, oh, this is the visual. So, and then also there is also email marketing, where you can build a database of your clients. Also, it doesn't have to steal people's emails from somewhere if you have the access. Yeah, for as long as you're going to use it only for marketing purposes, just tell them the products and services that you have, right? And then it's up to them now to choose whether or not they can buy it from you, right? So, and personally, I like, so if I find, oh, this can be my potential customer, I keep their emails. And whenever I go to like meetings and stuff, present my business card, I also get people's contacts. I don't live before getting people's contacts. Then record keeping is just key. Their telephone number and their emails and their WhatsApp, like what they are comfortable with, and then you can do the free marketing. Now, also the other bit is now maybe having like an online shop. So you can have an online shop even on your Facebook. You can embed products and put prices and stuff. But even you can go an extra mile, maybe to Jumia, Gigi, and stuff. Those are also free, by the way. So you just get a space there, and it's free. You just register with Jumia, for instance. You keep your things in your house. You put the pricing, and people will be contacting you. You only have to do delivery. So without really having to have a store or an office or something, you can already make money. So e-marketing is like the next big thing I can tell you. Even some of the supermarkets are now doing, like you go on their website, they have embedded a shop there. You can already shop on their website. So that means it is like the next big thing. If you go to China, actually, you would even stay in the house the whole day without going out. People are just buying even food, water, everything's online, and somebody is delivering. So it's just about the creativity. But when you are looking for the social media or like electronic way of marketing your business, you need to, of course, put considerations to a number of factors. Now, which social media platforms are mostly used in Uganda? What are the best times to put the content? Basically, maybe like you don't want to put the content in the middle of the night when people are asleep, right? Probably at 8 o'clock when people are waking up and people are rushing to work. Then maybe in the evening between 5 and 6 of calm moment, people just scrolling their phones. Maybe at lunchtime, 1 to 2, there people have a lunch break so they can see something. But every content you make, you need to trigger them to buy from you, and you need to, value proposition. You need to show them what makes you different from the other people, what makes them buy you from you. So that is it. Basically, we are going to dive deeper into this when it comes to marketing yourself and also marketing your. So we're going to break it down for you, but that's just a snapshot of e-marketing.
Wow, that is interesting. People online, let me know if you're fired up. On this end, it was very interesting getting to hear a lot that Joel has just shared about e-marketing and social media in general. We're going to have a more in-depth discussion on that. Yeah, get your questions. People are interested in e-marketing. At this point here, everyone should be interested because it is the way to go. Yeah, technology starts from the Western world and it is coming to us. So it is time for us to embrace it. So going on partnership. So yes, it's a great opportunity. If you see that you're struggling, I talked about this briefly sometime, that partnerships, why they are important in that everyone comes with a different strength. Yeah, I am a partner and I'll come. I have the money, I have the resources, which means the problem or the challenge of we not having enough capital or a budget that is a deficit will be resolved. Yeah. Probably another person is just a great leader. For her, she'll look at this, look at that, and say, this is how we can resolve it. Yeah. That is partnership. And then also see how you can work out things hand in hand. So Joel, at this time, probably he has not yet started or going into, or already has some partners that are supporting him through this, which is a good thing. You find that you may not be in position, you as an individual, to stand, but the partner will say, we have the software, and so you can use it to deliver your sessions. Yeah, it is more helpful than you going to purchase the whole software yourself. Another partner will say, since you're doing training, our staff are also very good at training, and so in case you need just any support, material, content, let us know. Yeah. So instead of you going to create a lot of content from zero, maybe hiring people to deliver the content, this is how partnership works. So as an entrepreneur, look and see if I am, let me see an example. If I am selling baby clothes, I'll give that example, and I'm looking for a partner. Probably I'll look for someone who imports these goods and has a store in Kampala. So I go and speak to him and tell him, you know what, I have a shop here. So you can bring your goods, I can take some goods from you, I display at my shop, I sell. After selling every week, I'll be giving you this much. Yeah. I've seen young people I went to those shops in town. I told them, I've been selling baby clothes, but because of COVID, I am unable to continue handling this business. And so I carried my things and took them home. But they are not enough. The stock is not enough for me to supply to all my customers. Is it possible for you to share with me your photos of the products that you have and then the prices? So you give them to me at a wholesale price, just the photos, not the items. And then I put them on my WhatsApp, I put them onto my Facebook, I put them here and there. So for people in the background, they know Sissy is doing this business and then she's having the products. They reach out to me. And then when they reach out, I also call them and say, is this product still there? Yes. Deliver to this customer product ABCD. They do that. And so you find businesses, you're doing for them business as you're also earning from it. Diversification, I've talked about this. Don't look at one thing. Our sister Brenda started with the business of making sim. And then she saw that she needed something to widen her base, her income base. So she went into OD making. Yeah. So you can also think about within your business, what else can you have within that? And then research and development. This is very key. Knowledge is power. And the more you get to learn about what is out there, the better it is for you. If we were stuck onto using Bluetooth, just like George shared with us sometime, I don't know if it was today. If we had stuck to using Bluetooth from then, we would still be in that era. But now, yeah, information is moving very fast. I can use a data cable to transfer, though data cable is also outdated now. Yeah. So technology will be coming. Research and development is very key. Make sure that every time you look out for a new thing to make your product or your business unique. And then restructuring. This is very key. I've seen during COVID times now, a lot of people have restructured. They've changed on the way things are being done within the organization. So look out for the different ways you can take on other than just what you have been doing from the beginning. Then creating new business models. Yeah, the old model, if it is working on well and is moving on, that's amazing. But if it is not working well, look out for probably a different model, something different that is going to bring you more money. And then if it is not doing well, then look out for something different. If it's doing well, look at how you can make it even better. And then creating stronger client relations. It is very important. One client that is trustworthy is more that you trust and trusts you is more than 100 clients who are just there, come and buy and go. Yeah. So it is very good for you to have good relationship with your clients in the business. Yes. So we should be getting into the effect of COVID-19 in businesses. I'm going to take it really, really fast. Joel, I hope you'll be in position to share these slides with the people later so that they're able to get this information. So yes, COVID-19 and Uganda. So you say Uganda reported its first case of COVID-19 in March 2022. That's when the scare entered Uganda. 2020, yes, 2020, 22nd, 2020, the scare came into our country. This came with a lot of things, yeah? The lockdown, closure of schools, restrictions on both internal and international movements, use of sanitizer, improved hand washing stations, social distancing, quarantine, which were very good to contain COVID-19 in Uganda. But yeah, what effect did it have onto the businesses? Yeah. So what do statistics say? Statistics say, yeah, there's a recent survey that was carried out by the Economic Policy Research Center in Uganda, and it says 3/4 of the people who took the surveys, the businesses that did the surveys, laid off their workers due to the risks that were presented by COVID-19. Imagine, like four people filling the survey, and 3/4 of them, yeah, you have a half and then a half of their half, yeah, no, 3/4. There's a quarter, there's a half, and then 3/4. 3/4 is, say, a half and a quarter, right? Yeah, almost making a kilo if you are to look at it in that angle. So yeah, if there are 4 people, that means almost 3 showed that, yeah, they laid off their employees because of the risks that came along with COVID-19. So, and when we look at sectors, we find that businesses in agriculture experience the largest constraints. We remember that time, the first COVID, you would buy matoke, almost like 40 pieces of matoke at just 1,000. Imagine what those people are going through. Tomatoes were just flooded the market. Vegetables were everywhere. So it affected them quite a lot. And then still on statistics, we're seeing that only 15% of the surveyed companies could sustain more than 3 months of operation on their current cash flow. Like only 15% of all the people that filled the survey showed that they could still remain in business for the next 3 months after COVID-19 had come in. Others would make adjustments, but with very little profits. 85% of all businesses would go through financial distress. Financial distress means there is no money to run the business. So you really struggle to see that business is continuing after just 3 months of lockdown. And then about 50% of informal businesses will just close. And yeah, that is where most of us really lie. We're starting our businesses, we've not registered them. 50% will close down. What does it mean? Yeah, so the effects of COVID-19 on employment. The side where we're looking at entrepreneur side. Now on employment, 74% of the responding companies lost over 30% of their employees. Remember that time they said stay at home, do not move. Only people who had bicycles and motorcycles could move. Yeah? Companies that had vans could take their employees to work. Companies that could keep their employees at work, at the workstation, could keep those, could have business continue. And most of the companies really could not handle this. We individuals could not handle that. So at the end, 74% of from the survey show that 30% of the people couldn't really continue in the hard times. And then 62% of the responding companies considered or have already cut down jobs. Imagine 62% in that short period of time. I'm talking about the first lockdown. 62% we are considering that no, we shall not be able to continue with all these employees. So cut off jobs totally, no more working. Over 100 jobs were lost in the formal sector. Over 100, that was just at that time. But time has gone and these figures have changed. Then an estimate of 4.4 million informal sector workers would see their earning fall every time and again because of COVID, yeah? Loss of formal jobs. And then the biggest issue was on the informal jobs. We who have not gone to school, and then we're struggling with life, and then things are not going on well. Everything is not really okay. So yes, those are the statistics, and the statistics that gives us the end of our day today. But again, it opens us to the next session. So I'll be sharing an assignment very briefly. It is just going to be verbal. So kindly stay online so that you're able to get the assignment for tomorrow, and we shall start from that. However, from the presentation, I would like to open up the room for 2 to 3 questions. I see we have around 3 minutes to finalize this session. The team online and here, we shall request maybe for 5 more minutes, just to make sure that we wrap up everything. And so in case you have any question, please, this is the time, or need clarity for the day. People online, are we comfortable? Do we have any questions? Okay, as people are preparing to come up with their sessions, please, if you need a pen, if you need a paper, this is the time for you maybe to get it so that you take note of the assignment that we are going to share. And then tomorrow will be in position to start with that at 2, I think. So yeah, let's have a pen and paper. People online, let me know if you are ready. The chat is open. I'm going to just share the question. So the assignment of tomorrow. The assignment of tomorrow is on in regards to pitching. Joel, kindly come and share with us very briefly, like in 1 minute, what pitching is and what is required for that.
All right. Thank you, Sisi, and thank you everyone for sticking around until now. We have literally come to the end. So pitching, like we said, it is actually selling, making people believe in you. You make a small presentation that summarizes who you are, what you want to do, why you want to do it, and why we have to believe in you. Normally we do pitching, and when we go to interviews, they will ask you something. Tell us something about yourself. So that's actually a pitch, you're presenting yourself. So in that, you have to tell them who you are, like the greatest things you've done, and you can summarize everything up in just 1 paragraph, and then somebody will be like, wow, this is the person we're looking for. So in the business context, we normally, when you have a business idea, you can present it to potential investors. So you can go and present in a business meeting. You say, look, this is the gap. This is what is being done, and it's fake. So this is what I proposed. And when I do this, it's going to reach this far. It's going to improve the quality by maybe 80%, and we're going to save the environment by 20%, something like that. So you pull down all of these statistics together, and it's not just to persuade someone. It's like it has to be fact-based, Yeah, so you tell somebody just in a nutshell why your idea or why your business idea is worth investing. So you show them that it works or it will work. Probably you bring scenarios of similar interventions elsewhere, or you've already tried it out with a smaller group somewhere in Uganda, and it worked out so well, and then it's just now to assure someone that, believe in us, put something in us, and we're going to deliver the results. So that is what I can say, unless you have something to add.
Okay, yeah, Joel has just shared what a pitch is. So what we're going to call ours, normally it is called an elevator pitch. And why they call it an elevator pitch is, imagine you meet an investor in an elevator. If someone has used an elevator or a lift, normally call it a lift. If you've been in a lift, it takes less than 1 minute for you to be in that lift to reach where you're going to. Yeah. Anyway, depending, but most times from you to move from one floor to another, it takes less than 1 minute. So imagine you meet an investor. So that is the assignment. Imagine you meet an investor in an elevator. You have a business idea that you want to pitch to them. So point number one, identify or tell the investor about what your idea is. That is one. So what is your idea? And then two, what is the idea? Why do you think it is the best idea? And then three, why do you think you should be the one, or I should give you money, the investor should give you money? So I repeat for the people who are online and people who are here and would like to capture it better. Imagine you are in an elevator and then you only have 1 minute to tell an investor about your business. So 1 point, tell the investor what your business is. 2, why do you think your idea or your business is the best? And then 3, why should the investor give you money? Why should it be you to get the money, not any other person? So yes, tomorrow we are going to share openly. Let this not be a scare for you. Probably it can be a take-off point for you to just go and think about, even if you don't have a business idea, let it be this time for you to go and concentrate and think and say, if I was to start some business, what would I do? So think about the business that you would do. Think about how important it is to talk about social enterprises, the impact it is going to bring, and then think about how unique you are. And that is why I should give you the money. So tomorrow we are going to help each other, probably to build on the ideas that we have and make sure that we start on that. So that when you get an opportunity in future, it doesn't just go like that. At least you have the basics of telling someone what your idea is. Yeah? For the people who are in employment, next time, people who are looking into getting into jobs, we shall do an interview pitch. Yeah, you call in an interview and you ask, who are you? Why do you think this job is, you should be the one to take on this job? Yeah, so that we can help both sides, people who are in business and people who are into employment. Anyway, it has been an amazing day. It has been an amazing time. People who have been online there, I know what it means by being on phone all day because I have been there. So it is really very interesting to see you guys hang on throughout the session from morning at 9 up to now. It is 4. I really am humbled to have this time to share this session with you. And yes, feedback is very important. Joel, I don't know how you get feedback for both online and then the physical trainings. It is very key to get to know how people are feeling so that in the next sessions, if there's need to make any changes and adjustments, they can be worked on. However, for this time, I hand officially over back to Joel to close the session.
All right, so maybe just to pick up from your very last question on feedback, we have a feedback form which we are going to share with you, and then you will have to fill it electronically. Unfortunately, we do most of our things electronically, so we'll give a link to each one of you who is here. And yeah, we know everyone who is here, and we take records every day. So, and then we'll need to spare a bit of time just to fill it out. So probably 1 minute, and then do that. But otherwise, if you feel there is any feedback that we need to know now, just feel free to tell us. Like we did this with the ICT training last time. It was on the final day, and then we got somebody who feedback. We're actually using the poll features, so it works. So, but then some people feel they should do it maybe anonymously. So yeah, so I'll give the floor to you guys if there's any question on today's activities or even the upcoming activities tomorrow, or if there's any comment or feedback from the trainer or for your colleagues, please within 1 minute, and then we'll just close minute at 4:07. Over to you. 1 minute. If we don't hear anything, then we'll assume all is good, and then we'll just close the meeting. And we're going to share with you the recording and everything, yeah. So tomorrow it's 2 o'clock, not 9 in the morning. It's 2 o'clock, so it's in the afternoon. Okay. Seems like there are no hands up. Seems like all of the mouths are also closed. So it seems like we're all good. That's really interesting. So see you tomorrow, and get an email from us just this evening. And all of these recordings, if your internet was not very stable, you can also go back and watch them. You can also download. I've shown you how to download videos from YouTube, so it shouldn't really be a problem. But in case you run into any problem along the way, just let us know. Whether it is joining a meeting or downloading a file or it is anything else, just let us know. Otherwise, a very good evening to all of you. Goodbye.
Bye.
I'm going to play some music for them.
Okay. Whoa.
Congratulations.
Hey.
This one, yeah, let me share it. Yeah.